Gather round, we got no gods to please. Saturday night, no sermons, just ease. Discussions flow like midnight breeze. No prophets here, just minds to tease. We talk big bangs and evolution. Question faith with our solution. Stars align in our confusion. Breaking free from old illusion. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers. Open hearts and swift deceivers. Make your stand, no hidden levers. Raise your glass to reason's thrill. No ancient text, it's our own will. Debate till dawn, feel dull and chill. Saturday night, we've got the skill. Echoes of a godless choir. Like the world, we spark the fire. Free our mindset to inspire. No holy walls to take us higher. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Join the fun, no need for trust. Dust to dust, we're stardust. No heaven high or hell to fear. Saturday night, we hold it dear. Fun and laugh at myth believers. Here we're all truth seekers.
Greetings. Welcome to the Captive Desk, hosting another night of Saturday Night at the Atheists. And got some more atheists joining me. We've got Mr. Scott Duke. We've got
Hello,
Brainless.
Hello.
Hello. And we've got Joe as well. Hello.
What's up?
Hope everybody had a good holiday.
I did. It was very nice.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Cost a bit of energy, but good.
And Joe had a loss in the family there, and condolences go out to Joe and the family. I know it's always hard, but you know, I love you, man, and big hugs to everybody. All right, but Joe needs to clear his head a little bit, I think. So he's joining us, and we're gonna move ahead. All right.
Nothing like a little outrage to clear the fog out of the brain.
That's right.
Yeah.
Let's just say hello to everybody out there. I see Logan and Robin and Michael. Hello, everybody. Rochelle, Dog, Robin. I think I said Robin. If I didn't say Robin, it's worth another one. Commander. Hello, everybody. I see Robin in the chat.
And Commander posted the link to tomorrow's live stream. Gonna make fun of mega shit.
Me and Robin are getting ready to make a comeback.
Yeah, post the link. Okay, there's this one here. There you go, everybody. And all hail Bigfoot.
All hail Bigfoot. Hell yeah. Crazy dog.
And we've got a fan in the chat. Atheism sucks. That That's what we're going to look at.
Related to origins.
Oh, yeah. Come over. I'll show you how well atheist sucks. Never mind.
Oh,
This is explaining origins. That's one of my top 10 stupid things that theists say to atheists, is that you can't explain the origin of life. Yeah, I don't think God magically did it. Sorry.
I'm not trying to either.
Yeah, that's
I saw both my sons born. I saw the magic of life. It was an incredible experience, and I can enjoy it just for what it was.
I went through the steps several times.
And we're hoping Mike's going to be here, because this video here is just great for Mike. So Mike's got his eyes rested, and he's ready to go here.
Well,
he join us. If not, he's going to miss out on the fun.
Is the home letting him stream tonight?
Did you hear that, Mike? All right. Well, we are going to just go ahead and start rolling right into this. I cut some of his stuff out where he was talking about his debates and whatnot. So, but otherwise, yeah, his video here is atheists suck, and open challenge. So we're gonna accept the challenge and see what he's got to say. And then if we have time, there's a video that he has up as well as why atheists don't like me. And so
Oh, because he's a cunt.
If we can roll through, maybe we'll see why atheists don't like him as well.
Good day, folks. Brother Rob with you here. So I want to talk about what the Bible says about atheists. Now you may say, Rob, you kind of go hard on atheists and you go after them a lot. Well, for good reason. One, they're fools, and two, they know they're lying. So, let's see what the Bible says about atheists.
All right. Well, we already know the Bible says we're fools, and okay. And,
Your face is lying, Rob.
but the lying, I don't see how we're lying. We're just saying we don't believe you. I don't see how that's a lie. Go ahead, Brainless.
And also, I think there's the most important reason why he has to be hard on atheists is because it gives him a hard one, because that makes him feel stronger, more important. I think that's the most important reason why he does it.
Yeah.
Isn't that why any bullies?
I mean, your book that makes the claim that a God exists doesn't like atheists. Surprise!
No shit, Sherlock.
Yeah.
There's a lot of people the Bible doesn't like.
Psalm 14:1. This is the first verse, as far as I know, that the Bible really deals directly with atheism. Psalm 14:1. David, speaking through the Spirit, the fool says in his heart, there is no God. They are corrupt, they are abominable. They have done abominable works. There is none who does good. The Lord looks down from heaven upon the children of men to see if there are
Can you pause it for a second?
Yep.
Okay, so the book is already incorrect because it said none of them do any good. How many atheists do good work? Thank you. Case closed. Move on.
There you go. And there's also something in there where God saw its creation as an abomination, and that's why it wanted to wipe it out. The sin and everything is an abomination. So God doesn't seem to like much, right? I don't think anybody's really off the hook when it comes to that,
Yeah, that's and like I'm not the smartest person, but like those kind of things, I'm quite observant. So when they say something like that, I'm like, yeah, that ain't gonna work. Stupid
Well,
cunts.
he does say he's trying to win people over. So this is how he's trying to win you over.
Oh yeah. Well, that's. I'm starting hitting people because you want to make friends.
The word "fool" in the Bible, just to be clear, whenever they use the word "fool," the way that it works is that it's saying morally deficient. It doesn't mean stupid or anything. It's morally deficient is the way that word's translated.
Yeah, we don't have any morals, I guess. We just run rampant and pillage and everything. And I didn't get no booty out of it though.
Yeah, your God failed to give me your objective morals.
And who seek God, they've all turned aside. They have all together become corrupt. There is no one who does good, not one. And Proverbs 1:7 says, "The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom, but fools despise wisdom and instruction." All right, now let's see what Paul has to say in Romans 1, starting at 18. "For the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and unrighteousness of men, who suppress the truth in unrighteousness, because what may be known of God is manifest in them, for God has shown it to them. For since the creation of the world, his invisible attributes are clearly seen, being understood by the things that were made, even his eternal power and Godhead, so they are without excuse."
Oh, I got an excuse. It doesn't make any sense to me that invisible things are clearly seen.
I mean,
never made any sense to me.
We don't exist.
And the thing that he was just talking about, what's the story about the Samaritan again? That was helping somebody when everybody walked by. Wait, what, wasn't that a non-believer that did good? Wait, what? Oh, sorry, your book disproves itself. Thank you.
There's Mike. Hi, Mike.
Hey,
And Mike.
You mean it says in the Bible that I shouldn't be an atheist?
Weird, huh?
Right, yeah.
I think some of those other religious books say that too.
If I'd known that, I wouldn't have been an atheist.
Yeah, somebody should have told us, right?
You should have told me.
I mean, he's kind of already he's borderline already contradicted what he read from Psalms, but that's whatever. Well,
yeah, no, but like if a dumbass like me can in seconds contradict himself with his own book, how the fuck do they not get it themselves?
This guy
it just sounds good for some reason, because again, it's in the Bible, so whatever it is, it must be okay to read, I guess.
Yes, but I bring up things that are in the Bible, like
the Bible. That's the book that works for me.
Hey, real quick, I got a new mug for Christmas. So I want to show off my new mug.
Cool.
Thanks for the mug.
Yeah.
That's a cool one.
Mike, you had a comment on our friend here? Or you waiting?
In general, watching him, I got the impression that if his poor kids ever find out he has a YouTube channel, they're going to be so embarrassed by this guy. I think he's like, isn't he down like in the basement or something somewhere in the laundry room or something? I can't remember.
Looks like he's in a prison.
Oh fuck! But
yeah,
you know what?
Is this the one where he wipes his nose every 30 seconds, or
he always seems to be? I'm granting that maybe he just
he looks more sleep deprived than me. Look at those eyes, man! Like he hasn't slept for 15 weeks or something like that, man.
Well, he's a ninja, so he's always up on guard, 24/7. He has self-defense videos or something.
Yeah, he's a ninja. A little background on this guy. He is best buddies with a guy from Red Pill Apologetics, who some of you might be familiar with, and Darwin to Jesus, Daniel, who I've featured a number of times in my early days. They're pretty much Twitter trolls that farm engagement.
Okay.
Well, here it is.
Because although they knew God, they did not glorify him as God, nor were they thankful, but became futile in their thoughts, and their foolish hearts were darkened. Professing to be wise, they became fools, and changed the glory of the incorruptible God into an image made by corruptible men, and birds, and four-footed animals, and creeping things. Therefore God gave also them up to the uncleanness and the lust of their hearts, to dishonor their bodies among themselves, to exchange the truth of God for the lie, and worship and serve the creature rather than the Creator who is blessed forever. Amen. For this reason God gave them up to vile passions, for even their women exchanged the natural use for what is against their nature. Likewise also men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their lust for one another, men with men committing what is shameful, and receiving in themselves the penalty of their error, which
Well, I love the professional.
You love the way he's reading it. Yeah.
That.
Oh well, this book. Yeah. It's.
If you're trying to explain something to someone, speak clearly.
Learn to enunciate.
Okay, what is this creeping things bullshit? I mean, what is this like a children's?
It's out of Romans chapter 1, and he's basically saying people became corrupt and they started worshiping nature rather than God, and that's why they worship idols. It's nothing about atheism.
And that makes you lustful when you worship nature?
Yeah. It just makes you all evil because you're not worshiping the one true God.
What's wrong with being lustful?
I have never looked at a tree and felt lustful, ever.
Really?
No.
That big hardwood and
big hardwood.
Oh, but they're like.
Wait a minute.
Where's look at the trees at? We need to look at the trees.
Yeah, we need to look at the trees.
There was this one tree knot that I saw this one time that I came close, but never quite.
See, you thought about it.
Well, there's one thing in nature that I can really appreciate that kind of gets me going, and that's
see, there's trees right there. Look at that.
Oh, look at the trees.
The timing on that was just miraculous. Trees.
Yeah. We said his name too much.
Do you have a good? Do you sometimes have more than a good time with the trees? Or are you just friends?
The ducks have watertight assholes.
We know now. I know when he looks at the trees. It's when he's holding his own tree.
So it's a pornography site. I see.
Oh my.
Nature has a boyfriend and the trees are celibate.
Oh.
And that's a great name, by the way.
Lost at the trees.
So Paul says basically what atheists just do is suppress the truth and unrighteousness. He said that very clearly in verse 18 of Romans 1.
Paul said it.
What I like about Romans 1 is it pretty much...
When you ask them, though, it's like, what am I doing? Right? What do you think I'm doing? they can't answer, right? Because, I'm not doing anything any different than anybody else, as far as average folks and go, it's just nonsense. Well, I don't want to mention, but you know what they say atheists do, and we eat them and, cook them and mix them up in blenders and everything.
Well, I mean,
silly things. And it's like, no. My pets are safe too. The cats and dogs are fine too. So sorry, right?
That Romans 1 passage just does not talk about atheism. It doesn't talk about unbelievers. It talks about idolatry.
Is that First
There's
18 of Romans.
not one atheist in Romans 1:18.
Did he say first 18 of Romans 1? I thought he was talking about a football game. I mean, what is it with these Bible numbers? I always thought that was like a football
Trees
game.
has got some lumber videos there for folks that are into that kind of thing. Make sure you check out the trees when you need some of that alone time. And,
something for the spank
or
bag.
not. Otherwise, make sure you go out. Go over and check out.
I don't judge you if you're into trees. Just make sure you use termite protection. Please. We don't want to kill any innocent termites.
That chainsaw kind of gets me thinking,
He's even giving you a timestamp so you can go right to business.
If we're gonna get just to give this one serious rebuttal, okay, for 1 second,
okay,
serious?
What he reads in Romans about, and this is what apologists use to say that atheist doesn't exist, but Romans goes on, and God, it says that God's wrath goes towards the godlessness and the wickedness of people. So it points out that there are people that don't believe and that are godless. So I think it's a powerful rebuttal to always use their own book to show that they're full of crap. I mean, so just to point that out, the Romans later on points out that there's people that don't believe in God.
Well, Romans he was basically walking around the street saying, I don't like this and I don't like that, right?
Right. Yeah.
But Romans 1 is not even about people who don't believe in God. It's about godless people, which talks about their character and their behavior, who worship images, and idols. So once again, these fundamentalists just don't understand their scripture.
Right. Surprise.
Puts a finger on the pulse of the human condition, where Paul just basically calls them all liars and fools. And rightfully so, because that's what an atheist is, a liar and a fool.
Well, see, there you go. Somebody just asked, Brooklyn asks, what sucks about atheism? Well, apparently because we're liars and
We
what
love
else
trees.
are we? When we love trees.
Fools.
A little too much.
Well,
Oh yeah.
as a
those
former
trees.
drug addict, his actions are rather distracting to me. Just saying.
Oh, it's just getting started.
Yeah.
And a coward, for that matter. So you're suppressing what you know.
I'm a coward too. Okay. You're yellow. I'm calling you out.
Look at that chainsaw.
Mm.
Oh, there we go.
Isn't that a nice chainsaw?
That is a nice chainsaw.
That's a nice chainsaw.
That's a nice chainsaw.
Look at the tail on that chainsaw.
Is that a farm boss?
I don't know what that is.
No, it's a smaller one.
Speaking of trees, was just showing you how to take care of your chainsaw and how to start it and all those kind of good things. So,
Foreplay.
always good stuff over at the look at the trees.
That's what he's doing to that tree.
Keep it true. And exchange the truth of God for a lie. Now, what do we say with most atheists? Their biggest contention with the Bible is, of course, the standard of human sexuality, one man and one woman. It's always been the biggest contention for atheists.
Where does he get this from? Has he done a survey? Is there a database that where he stores attitudes of atheists towards the Bible?
I don't know.
Or is he just like pulling it out of his bottom?
No.
So all
He's just pulling
atheists
it out
are
of his ass.
polygamists, or what is he trying to say here?
No idea. I guess because we allow consenting adults to mind their own freaking business, I guess.
Didn't he say it's the biggest contention of atheists? Maybe.
No, it seems to be your biggest contention.
Yeah, he's
not
really
ours.
focused on that.
Oh, so it is a farm cost.
I was briefly watching this video from Aaron Ra. That guy's something else. And he was talking
he's smart,
saying
and
something
he's energetic.
stupid like atheists know the Bible, or the Old Testament, better than Christians do. Well, that's just ridiculous.
No.
I don't know about that.
Why is it ridiculous?
That even came up in the stream I was on just before this, minutes ago, with Commander and Dog. Like, for fuck's sake, the more religious the people are, the less they know about the Bible, because they only listen to the preachers and what they're told, and they don't think about it for themselves.
Well, and like you were saying earlier, Brainless, this is a defeater right here, because of a lot of atheists used to be believers. So
yes,
he's saying neither one of them, you know what I mean, could have known the Bible. It's like, now wait a minute, you're saying that as a Christian they didn't know the Bible either, even though they became an atheist, right?
Kind of contradicts himself.
Yeah.
And like, just for me, like, after dinner, my dad always read a bit from the Bible. Mm-hmm. So I know quite a bit of the stories. Like, I don't all have them at the top of my head, but if somebody mentions something, it's like, oh yeah, it's that story, and then I can fill in the gaps. But like, and that's
I don't claim to have,
like what he was saying. Like, that gets contradicted in another story.
I don't claim to have it memorized either. There are some people that have it memorized. Hey, what that's fine.
I don't know.
But there's this thing called Bible.com and the Bible app.
Why does it matter?
Brilliant for looking it up.
Every once in a while, I can remember a few verses and stuff though. But we know what it says. That's
if you know what you're looking for, you can look it up on those websites or on an app like that.
A lot of the videos that folks do in the community are about the Bible. Talk about it. I hear we talk about it too much. So.
Let me pose a more important question. Is it better to take an unbiased look at the Bible where you don't hold any presuppositional beliefs, or to go into it already believing everything it says is true and looking to confirm your preconceived notions? I mean, which is a better way to study the Bible as a text? I think the first one, but
yeah. And even a lot of people that go in seeking confirmation and like actually study the Bible end up being atheists. Sure, because if they really study it, they will not stay religious.
Before the internet and social media became really huge, the Bible was the number one reason that people gave for becoming an atheist.
Yeah, I don't know anything about the Bible. The fact that there's a book called Romans 1, is there Romans 2? and didn't the Romans pin Christians to sticks or something?
2 Romans, 1 cup.
Ooh.
No,
it was the letter to the Romans about their behavior. He like I say, he didn't like things he saw, so he wrote them a letter and said, "Hey, I don't think you should be doing these things."
Why do you name it Romans 1? Is there a Romans 2?
Well, it's his letter to the Romans.
So Paul,
Romans 1?
Paul wrote these letters, right? And Paul is one of the most trusted sources in the Bible, yet there's still a lot of problems with the letters from Paul, that many of them are forgeries and have other stuff added into them. And Native Atheist is pointing out, Bart Ehrman in the chat, he talked a lot about some of the things that were added into these things over the years. And, that's the problem with the New Testament as a whole. It seems to be added in, and it goes from less precise to more precise over time, which is the opposite of what it should do if it was a true story, which leads to the idea that it's all just mythology, and Paul's just telling stuff that people told him and writing it down. It was never meant to be something that was this literally all happened. It's stories.
I found a list of books in
We got Carla J here. Hi, all. Just searching through suggested lives and found you all. Well, welcome. And speaking of, if you like what you hear, subscribe to my channel, and you'll also find links below for Joe's channel and Mike's channel. And Slim is, Brainless is often over at Slim's channel, and I'll have to drop a link for that too.
And the Deep State Annex.
You can do that.
Yeah, I watched you on Deep State Annex earlier.
Drop yourself a link there, Brainless.
Oh,
welcome to the other folks in the chat too. A lot of people are joining in. Hello, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
Atheists don't know shit. Atheists don't know the Old Testament, other than maybe the copy and paste typical bullshit crap they pass between them. That's why I said,
wait, copy and paste shit. That's what the religious folks do inside chats.
So he considers the Old Testament bullshit, or at least parts of the Old Testament are bullshit. That's a very high view of Scripture.
The fact that this is where he's going, rather than having any kind of real input on anything, tells you everything you need to know. The Bible's written down, whether you know it or not. You can go look at it. It's there. Like the book exists. So he's sitting here. Atheists don't know anything about the Bible. Like, just lumping everybody together and saying this. It makes people not take you seriously, Rob. Plus, you seem to have done too much meth today.
Ooh. Great comment.
So he's a Methodist?
In my opinion, yes.
Methodist?
Yes, that's a special kind of...
and a ninja. Don't forget ninja.
We're getting that vibe, aren't we?
I'm excited. I found a list of books in the Bible, the whole thing. And there's 3 Johns. There's John, then there's John 1. No, there's 4 Johns.
Well, there was a lot of prostitutes then.
John 1, 2, and 3, plus this John. So what is the difference between just plain John?
Okay, John is the Gospel of John. It's a long-form gospel.
What's the other 3?
Then there's First John, which is a letter supposedly from the Apostle John to various people. And 2 John, 2nd John, is another letter from John to others, although it's considered a forgery, I believe. And 3rd John, yet another letter.
But there's only
Mary
one
Magdalene that's getting around.
In the book of Revelation, I believe was written by a guy named John, but not the Apostle John.
That's a lot of John.
Hey, Stephanie's here. Hello, Stephanie.
Jimmy John.
Hey, Stephanie.
Hi, Steph.
Okay.
As far as I can see, the only thing that atheists have mastered in their lives is the ability to copy and paste each other's arguments, because they all say the same damn thing. There's no originality.
That might have something to do with them all thinking the same thing is a good argument.
Yeah. Projection.
Why does everybody have to come up with different arguments? Yeah. Like, if one argument works, then that argument works.
And come to think of it, Christians say the same thing pretty much all the time.
Yeah.
Well, they have to. The book doesn't change. I mean, it does a little bit, but like they're always looking at the same book that says the same thing, making the same argument, and they've yet to show any reason to suggest any of it's true. But it's always going to be the same thing. This is purely projection because they have nothing else than this book as their source. Atheist arguments or scientific arguments, whatever you want to call it, advance over time as we learn more things. The Bible doesn't allow for that.
Yeah.
And their arguments, it's all bullshit. straw man,
It's all
ad
bullshit.
hominem, deflection, bait and switch,
How are arguments ad hominem?
begging the question, circular reasoning. Like you need.
Well, he
don't need an
gets. I think he gets called out a lot, so he just takes that as everything that comes up against him is just an ad hominem. So
Can I give a PSA to Christians real quick? Here you go, guys. This is for you, Christians. Quit using logical fallacies when you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You
Right.
sound
May I add to
stupid.
that? That also goes for the flat earthers because this fucker
goes-
sounds like a fucking flat earther.
It goes for atheists too. If you don't understand logical fallacies, don't bring them up when you're talking to people. You sound stupid.
Yeah.
Anyone who does that.
Oh, and the other one he
Yeah.
does is atheism isn't logical. It's like, what? What does that even fucking mean? What?
Tell me you don't know what atheism means without telling me, right?
Yeah,
Hmm.
atheism isn't logical.
and Simos is here. Hello, Simos.
Hello.
Hey, Thomas.
How you doing, everybody?
Hey,
I've seen this guy before, so I'm a little worried.
Well, I just couldn't resist.
Yeah, I seem to think he's got a funny tick, doesn't he?
Something, yeah.
He plays with
Yeah,
his hair,
something.
something like that. Is that this guy?
he
Yeah.
does all kinds of weird stuff, like wiping his nose and looking at his
Nose. Yeah, that was it. I do that as well. Yeah.
And I had to edit every one of the beginnings of his videos because he has something cranked up on his microphone, the gain or something. So he starts the video and then he turns his microphone on and it pops.
And then there's always ticking noises that are going on in the background.
Yeah. So so just spare everybody's ears though. So I clip those out. But I mean, come on, man. It's not that hard to clip that stuff off.
No, you should give it to us raw.
Not here because it's just not the time. But if someone wants to know why the things that he's doing are more than just a cold or being weird or whatever, I can fully explain. I would put money on our friend here is a meth user.
Yep. He kind of looks like one.
His actions give it away completely.
Yeah, check his teeth out.
That atheists are, use all of those fallacies on a very regular basis. Now, I'm not saying Christians don't ever use logical fallacies, but atheists use far more, especially ad hominem.
Yeah.
As ad hominem is employed.
And just to be clear, since Thymos, could you tell everybody what is an ad hominem?
Oh, that's when you slander the person in order to render their argument false.
Right.
Mhm.
You attack them
Effectively. It doesn't have
personally
to be-
rather than attacking the
doesn't have-
argument.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be slander.
Well, when it comes to Christianity, an ad hominem is required because there's something wrong with believing that stuff. I just don't.
Well,
I see what you did there, Mike. I see what you did there. There's another ad hom as well, I think, which is to insult the argument.
Sure.
That's also an ad hom as
There-
well.
There's
to
an
make
important
fun of
part
the
to that we're leaving out, though, because whenever you make an ad hominem, it's not just making an attack against the person. It's you're dismissing their argument because of that attack.
Because of that. Yeah, because of that person. That is the true use of ad hominem.
Right. That's the fallacious part. Is when you're dismissing their argument because of some personal thing you hold against them.
Yeah.
Which
it's just an insult otherwise. Yeah.
Yeah.
I have insults for him.
Brooklyn said, subscribe to all of your channels, reciprocate if you like. We need to normalize atheism in this country. Hey, thank you very much. And back at you.
We need to normalize it in every country.
Yeah, we'll give
Shout out to Randolph Richardson, of course.
Where's Randolph? I haven't seen him for a while.
I haven't seen him for such a long time, but he has a website, I think, called Normalizing Atheism. I think.
Wait, if I copy that,
Brooklyn, I gave you a wrench there so you can drop the link.
Pretty soon, Randolph gets to be a U.S. citizen.
I'm not sure how pleased he'd be about that, but
Yeah.
Thanks,
On
thanks
January
Brainless.
20th,
You're fast.
January 20th, we're going to annex Canada.
I noticed them
Oh,
posting
I
the link.
I see.
But
Yeah,
no, but
fair
I
enough.
just copied it and dropped it.
It's game over for an ad hominem. It's an indirect way of saying you've lost the debate without saying you've lost the debate, because once you resort to
Still doesn't
ad
know what
hominem
it is.
attacks, you've ran out of argument, like actual arguments.
Okay.
And
Really?
yeah, and ad hominem attacks always make one's position look weak, and simply put, that's what the atheist clings to many a time, is the ad hominem attacks. So I don't have any personal qualms with atheism. My hope is that they will
Sounds like you
turn from their sin and
fact,
repent.
A little bit.
In fact, if you could just stop it there, he just basically said once you've made an ad hom attack, that means you don't have any real arguments, and so you lose. That's an ad hominem attack.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
Oops.
Oh, you lose.
Oh, the irony.
From dead works and give their lives to Jesus Christ. They may be saved. I mean,
It may be.
many atheists have been saved, and I believe that many will be more saved. And again, I don't believe there's any such thing as an actual atheist. Everybody knows.
Dude,
look at
you
this
need to
and
go
listen.
to sleep
Then
before
they-
you fucking die.
And they can't be saved, can
Exhaustion.
they? If there's no atheists.
There's no such thing as that's another contradiction. He needs some notes, because atheists don't exist, but they need to be saved, and he hopes to save them, but we don't exist.
What? He turned the comments off on this one.
There's a bunch of me as the comments up.
I'm talking about fuckers like that never do
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, some of them don't, but of course, the title caught my eye. Right, I'm looking around, and
I commented on evolution sucks, I think. That one. So that was the one I commented on.
Evolution sucks.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
asked him what
he had so many, and I already picked a couple, so I stopped looking. So
he was calling science or evolution a religion, and I asked him, what exactly do you mean by that? And are you implying that that's a negative thing if it's a religion, right? And
Well,
he
that's what-
answered me, and
Yeah.
he listed 10 points. 3 points were actually kind of an answer to the question, and the rest of them were just like they got further and further off the mark. The last one was that I should accept Jesus, and he's praying for my soul or some bull. I don't know what the hell he's what. It did make a whole lot of sense to me.
almost all the creationists do that. They say, well, you just have a religion too, and it's like, that's not
Yeah, what
saying
does
much for
that
your
mean?
religion. You know what I
know.
mean? Yeah.
They're implying
Yeah.
that that's a horrible thing if it's a religion. It's like, what are you saying?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have any problem with saying my naturalism is my religion at all. It's okay, because I think religion is, kind of sounds like a nice thing. Sort of. Religious people going to church and stuff. I go out in the woods
Paul
and I
says
bust
Romans
after
1.
a tree.
Because although they knew God, this is Romans 1 verse 21, because although they knew God, they did not glorify him as God, nor were they thankful, and became futile in their thoughts.
Never met him.
My book says.
And their foolish hearts were darkened, professing themselves to be wise. They became fools, and changed the glory of the incorruptible God into an image made like corruptible men, and birds and animals and four-footed animals and creeping things. And then God gave them up to the uncleanness and the lust of their hearts. So God is giving you over to what you want.
The only time I
I
ever
guess you
met
want
God
to
was
hang out with the creepy things and the crawly things.
Yeah.
the only time I came close to meeting God was that blue Easter egg back in '73.
You know what? Well, I got some advice for him. Read the shit before you record it, because he still needs to read it, and it's also okay to edit your video, so you can read a bit, record you reading it, and then cut and paste that in. Like, these fuckers all have to do everything in one fucking take.
Yeah, Sasquatch Secret stopping through. Hello, how you doing, Nikki?
Stream of
Hey.
consciousness. I did
tons
actually.
of mice. Hey, mice.
I thought I met God once. I looked in a mirror, and then I realised it was just my dog behind me. Boom, boom.
Oh no,
That's a dad joke
that's
for you.
a good one.
A dog will appreciate that one.
My kid
Yeah,
is-
our dog almighty.
Rather than what you need, which is Him. So you exchange the truth of God for a lie, and now you're paying the price. And now your rejection of God, to paraphrase what Paul said, is not an intellectual issue; it's a moral issue. It's always a moral issue.
Yeah.
It's never here.
That's where
rejection
morals are, mate. I hate to tell you that.
Yeah. So back to what I said earlier. What do they think I'm doing?
Yeah, what is the moral issue here? I'm 74 and they think I'm sinning. I got news for them.
I only sin between the hours of 10 and 2 p.m. 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. After that, no more energy left.
I just saw a video where the guy said, there's a day and you don't know when it's going to be or whatever, but there's going to be a day that comes where you're going to get tired and then you're just going to stay that way.
Closest I come to sinning is taking a nap until 5 after 4 and being late for your show, Dave. That's my sin.
There you are. Hello, Ed from the Rabid Atheist. Good to see you. And Chris, hello, Chris.
Oh, that's
God is never intellectual because it's not an intellectual. It's not a smart and intelligent thing to do to reject your Creator or His commands.
Well, it depends,
to
doesn't it?
live
That's the
how
whole point.
He instructs you to live. And a lot of people think that well, God just wants to rain on your parade. No, God just wants you to live within the boundaries of
Just wants you
human
to have
flourishing as He
faith.
decided. God's intent for human
wants you to have
flourishing is
faith.
one man and one woman in marriage.
Wants you to learn to swim.
And man, you're supposed to be the leader of your house, which means you serve in love. That's how you lead, by serving and demonstrating and being an.
Uh-oh, here we go.
That's how you
These
lead.
people-
Thank you, Rochelle. Yeah, everybody, make sure you check out Nikki's channel. Great, fellow Bigfoot channel there. She has great stuff over there.
So these people, what do these people think that atheists are doing? That are, like
that's I can't get a good answer to.
Well, also, what do they think that do they think they were loving the Amalekites back in the day?
Well,
nonstop orgies here at the atheist house, man. Just nonstop. It's like fear and loathing in Las Vegas going on every day.
Nobody tells me where the house is at, though.
That's the problem. But if it's only you guys there, I'll tell you, I can give it a miss this time.
An example. Being sacrificial, hardworking, love your wife, give yourself up for your wife. And also the other thing too is when you're married, you are supposed to give up yourself
throw the keys in the bowl
to
for
your
your wife.
spouse. Withholding sex from your spouse for a prolonged period of time is cruel and sinful. And
what?
Maybe we know why he's so upset.
It is cruel.
Withholding sex from your wife or what?
Yeah, it's like having dessert right there on the table, but you can't have any. Looking good though, ain't it? But you can't have any. So maybe the old joke, a lot of folks just need to get laid, right? And I'm just going to go ahead and say it. Some folks just need to get laid, okay?
Yeah,
Paul talks about that too, but I'm not getting to that. But what I want to just focus on is the utter. I've said this before, and I'll say it again. That I think, like I said, Ray Comfort's really done a good job of exposing just how morally bankrupt people are, without anyone even acknowledge it or admit it or own it. I mean, If you ask the average person, do you think you're a good person, most people will say yes. And then if you ask them, have you ever lied? Yes. Have you ever stolen something irrespective of its value? Yes. Have you ever looked at someone with lust? Yes. Okay, well then, according to the Bible, you're lying, stealing, adulterous at heart, and you're not good. You're self-righteous. You're claiming to be good. You're not. That's also a lie. You're self-righteous. Because you're sinful just like the rest of us. So
okay, so
and again, after Ray's asked them those questions, and they've been
nothing immoral about that then. Right, just charging all of humanity with being adulterous, lying, and sinful.
I think it said 11. I think it said 11 months ago on that, Jer.
Oh my goodness!
They put out a whole bunch of them in the last year and a half or so.
So when he says, "If this guy's such a liar, why should we believe him?"
When he says looking after somebody with lust, I imagine this leering, drooling, drool dripping out of his mouth, guy following somebody around.
Aren't you supposed to cut out your eyes or something like that? Pluck out your eyes or something?
I think he's projecting a little bit here. This looking at somebody with lust. It's just like, I can't relate. I don't know. I mean, I've been attracted, to certain individuals, but I wouldn't describe looking. Just like I'm not sitting there drooling on them. I don't know what he's talking about.
Oh, this is a great one. Congratulations. The largest traditional witchcraft coven in the world is in your chat.
Oh,
moron atheists are weak-minded ignorance. Deal with it. Delusion and denial of reality. Hey, we're down with the witches and everything, but you don't have to be down on the atheists.
I want to join that Celtic Spirits Coven. Where's the link to join that thing?
we want that. We want some of those.
We want some of those.
Also, Celtic spirits. I wouldn't be excluding people that could be friends, because you might find it a very small coven.
Yeah.
The witches are welcome. We don't have a problem with witches here.
I just love the Celtic witches too.
But fair enough. Like whoever it is has put a little caveat, right? So it's only moron atheists that she's complaining about. So that's fair enough. Or he.
Discourse with them. He asked them, "Do you still think you're a good person?" And to my amazement, most people will still say yes. Not everyone, but most people will still say yes. And there was, when it comes to like lying or lusting or stealing, of course, the common question is, who hasn't done those things? But that's a horrible way to think that you're a good person. You think you're a good person just because you're just as guilty as the next person? That's a horrible way to.
Sorry, I wonder if he knows the name of that fallacy.
And
is he going to tell us which fallacy that is?
Perhaps it's the equivocation.
No, tu quoque.
Tu quoque, okay.
It's also Ray Comfort being an annoying jerk to people out in public trying to enjoy themselves on the beach or something. And here he comes. Hey, stick the microphone in your face. And,
a person that I have encountered regularly, and they've always been kind to me, helpful, maybe a little encouraging. Maybe they bought me a Starbucks one time, and then I bought them a Starbucks the other. I consider that person a good person. Sure, it's through the lens or through the point of view that they're good to me, but that's how we consider people a good person. But he's talking about, have you achieved sinless perfection in your life? And nobody ever claims to do that. So if he's using the definition of good as sinless perfection, then he's just having a stupid conversation with real people. He needs to have a real conversation with real people, and he'll understand, I'm not really a jerk to anybody. I don't cheat people, and I'm kind to the people that I encounter. That makes a person a good person.
And the thing with being deceitful and everything and stuff, it goes a lot farther than what Ray Comfort is. Did you ever tell a lie, right? Biblically, you're deceiving people away from God and everything, like you mentioned too earlier, right, Scott?
Yeah.
These things are bigger than did you take a cookie? No, I didn't.
Right.
Yeah, it's out there. Yeah, things against God, and the way Ray's using them, and of course, Ray's a liar, and he doesn't seem to care about it. So
yeah. I mean, there's something. I mean, this is one of the things that I find really like discouraging about this. I think it was Steve Weinberg, right, that said anybody can do something bad, but it takes anybody can do something bad, but it takes a religious person to do something bad and think it's good, or something to that effect. Anyway,
right.
That's close enough. That's close.
Like, it's not close enough. But I'm sorry, Mr. Weinberg out there. I mean, Professor. But it's
there are good people, right, and there are good people, and there are bad people. But for good people to do bad things, that takes religion.
Thank you so much. And this is why, because because they think once they've done the bad thing, they'll be forgiven, and it's as if they've never done that thing. So they never take responsibility, because they think all they've got to do is pray, and then Jesus will forgive them, and they don't have any responsibility.
Yeah, and they think it's enough just to pray and ask Jesus to forgive them, and they might never do the work to reconcile and win back the trust of the people they've wronged.
But they don't even think they've done it wrong anymore. That's the point. They genuinely think, oh, well, I've been forgiven by Jesus, so that's okay. I'm not responsible anymore for my actions. And it's just disgusting. It really is. And this is the shade, right? Sam Harris used to talk about the shade all the time that your average person, your average religious person gives to the fundamentalists. This is a version of it. This is the version of it. Oh, it's one of the reasons I feel particularly anti-theistic.
I like Mice's answer there. It's the beach ball fallacy. That's what I'm going to call it from now on. The beach ball fallacy.
Hey Dave, I just had ChatGPT draw me a picture of a typical atheist street.
Nice. Let's see that. Can we see that?
This is Atheist Street.
Just highlight him.
Atheist Street, yeah. Minneapolis. This is in Minneapolis. These are the atheists. And there's
well, as long as it's looking to be 18, over, that's perfectly fine. The other side has the issue with the other direction.
Yeah. So. I think that guy in the lower right, though, I think maybe he's like Christian. I'm not sure.
If you look in the background there, you can see somebody, masturbating a horse.
Oh.
Just to say. Now, that's the usual thing, isn't it? Horses wouldn't be safe in the streets if atheism were.
I'm surprised that ChatGPT drew that for me, because usually they say, no, that's not quite.
I ask it every week to do the first try I do is whatever the title in the video is. I just put that into AI and see what it makes, and then I just kind of adjust from there. So
it drew two versions of it. There's another version right there. Yeah. The guy in the lower right sobered up. the guy on the left.
Yeah, like a zombie though on the other side there.
Shit.
Oh, yeah, if you don't get your 32 ounces of water a day, that's what you look like.
Yeah, I like the sign though. That's Atheist Street. That's I like the sign.
Oh yeah, yep. That's actually just right next to the street I live on. I should move over there.
To think about your own self, that just because, so if everyone else had raped or stolen or done way more horrible things than just that, then you said, well, or maybe I haven't raped, so I'm not that bad. Well, according to who? That's the question.
I did cuss the other day, so there we go. Yep. Straight to hell, along with the rapist.
That's what his buddy Ray Comfort there will say. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Some silly little thing and you're doomed. That's just nonsense.
I called Ananias a son of a bitch. I guess I sinned yesterday. I did worse than that a little later. But.
Hey, that little thing was popular. I had several comments on it. People are interested, so
good.
We'll have to do some more on that.
Yeah, I think I almost got a couple hundred views on that. I'm not sure.
We tend to do like 3 or 4 videos on somebody before we move on. So
before we get bored of them.
Yeah, see what else we can find, and we'll have a little more fun before we find somebody else.
Well, I mean, it's the first one. The first one is just to criticize. The second one is to kick them to the ground, and the third one is to kick them when they're on the ground. So,
yeah.
And that's okay. I guess it's done and over. Nothing left.
Oh, you got another one?
No. I was just saying. As we tend to, that's when that exactly as Simon says. How long can you go? Right? You've taken the things apart, and then maybe a back and forth with a response video. Then that's about it.
Yeah.
Where's the standard? If your standard is the average person, well then whose standard? If you're a good person, by whose standard? Mother Teresa or Hitler, right?
They're about the same, right? In my opinion.
Yeah, they both caused pain, didn't they? They both sinned. They both cussed. What's your standard, right?
Both thought they were doing God's will.
Yeah, she lied. She's going to hell.
Most people think we're somewhere in the middle. You're somewhere in the middle, but according to God, you're morally bankrupt. You see, that's the thing that the atheists.
See, that's the problem. That's the problem, isn't it? Right there. Yeah. He thinks that Hitler is as bad as anybody else. Oh no, he's as bad as little Johnny down the street who stole a sweet from the sweetie shop.
That's what Ray does.
I mean, talk about apologetics for Hitler. I mean, there it is, right there. Unbelievable! It's just unbelievable how they can't even see it, and they call this an objective standard, right? Which is perfect. Which we all fall short of. We're all falling short of Hitler.
And
I mean, and it's mind blown.
And they don't understand though. Even if I grant them that God's making the rules, that's still subjective when God's making the rules.
There you go. Yeah.
People, for that matter, can't seem to wrap their head around is that you're not a good person. In fact, you're a morally depraved, wicked, vile, evil person.
Here we go.
Just like Hitler.
We're just so awful. You're just so awful. See, luckily though, we have the cure for you being so awful.
God.
I'd just say though, to point this out, I'm not as good an architect or a painter as Hitler was. So I definitely feel short there.
Yeah, if only people would have bought more paintings, right?
Yeah, exactly.
You deserve to be thrown in hell and burn in a lake of fire forever. And as do I. Now, if that rubs you the wrong way, that means you haven't come to the reality of your own condition yet. And you're lying to yourself and you're being yourself deceived. Now,
and of course, this is an absurd. Simos, you can label this for me when it's the absurdity of offering you a bowl of ice cream or whatever your favorite is versus a bowl of broken glass, right? That's what they're offering you. Do you want the ice cream or do you want the broken glass? Right?
I don't even think it's that. It's basically, no, we're going to hold you to a standard. I mean, unless you're Spock, I mean, that's it. No, everybody falls short. If you're not Jesus, then we fall, as men, we fall short. If you're not, for a woman, if you're not a virginal mother, you fall short.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, and they think this is the standard. That's what's so crazy about it. Have you looked in the mirror? Oh, well, it's okay because I've been forgiven by Jesus. Really? That makes it okay? That's your standard?
Yes, that's the thing. It's the grace. It's the grace.
Who's to say Hitler didn't repent on his last moments?
Well, if once saved is always saved, then he's good to go because he was confirmed. So if he said what you usually say, that you accept Jesus, and stuff, and so if you're a once saved, always saved, then he was good to go no matter what, right?
I have, the lack of reflection, right, is just astounding. I think we were talking about wisdom the other day, and this is lack of wisdom. being unable,
and who's it heaven for? And who's it heaven for, right? Mike and I, we always joked about Mr. Stabby Stabby that Rebecca showed us. And this guy was an awful person. He liked to stab people. Now, he could have been, obviously something not right upstairs. I'm not pretending to diagnose or anything.
Is he the one that tried to kill his dad with a hammer?
No, the guy in the movie that she showed us that was just stabbing everybody, and then he ended up stabbing people in prison, and then he was stabbing prison guards. But then
I think
he found Jesus. And I was like, well, that's great for him. But again, you're going to go to heaven, and you're going to look over and you go, hey, that's the guy that, stabbed me, right? How did he get in, right?
Woods is the guy that thought he beat his dad on the head with a hammer to see what happened.
Yeah, that's that one apologist.
David Wood.
Yeah.
Yeah. He gives Dave's a bad name.
He debated Eric from the ACA, and Eric said, I kind of want you to be a Christian if that's what happened,
exactly.
but you're not.
Yeah.
Well, he goes on. He talks about being a psychopath, but I don't know if he was actually diagnosed as that, or if he just called himself that, or if he feels like he's been healed of it somehow.
Yeah, he wrecked his neighbor's garden just for fun, just to see what it was like. It's like,
it's concerning. See, what happens if his faith falters a little bit? Right?
I know.
And hey, if somebody's faith is keeping them behaving, and that's what it takes, and it's keeping the general public at safer or whatever the issue is, okay, right? But when the voices start telling you to hit your dad, there's something wrong there. That's something really wrong.
Oh boy, I'm missing quotes from Celtic.
And I wasn't close with my dad or anything, and I just can't imagine hitting my dad. You know what I mean? It was something really wrong there.
If that offends you, I really don't give a shit, to be blunt. But
it's because you're an immoral son of a bitch.
But if it does rub you the wrong way or offend you, I don't give a shit. Because I'm being honest with you.
I don't give a shit either.
You are a morally bankrupt, vile, wicked sinner, and you deserve to be thrown in hell. Like every other person on this planet, myself included.
There you go. Well done, you.
Yeah, okay, we're all going to hell. Woo-hoo.
You deserve to go to hell. Congratulations.
You deserve to go to hell. That's right.
That sounds like a wonderful moral standard.
And this is something you can go on for hours and hours in a stream. What hell even means in the Bible? And there's a lot of interpretations that the lake of fire and all these things that they're scaring people with is reserved for Satan, right? That's where he's going to go. It doesn't really say that everybody's going to go there. I think it's Satan and his angels or something like that.
Yeah, they hope everybody goes there. Their little wee-wees tingle every time they say eternal.
Well, yeah, that's like in John's Revelation, or I believe, that says, ultimately he's going to be cast into the lake of fire, right? Because that's the whole thing. The beginning to the end is all laid out, right? The Antichrist is going to get so much time to get to do what he wants, and then he's ultimately going to be put away and everything, right? So,
Mommy, did this guy rage quit on Peter? Because I watched part of that video, but I didn't see him rage quit.
Yeah, he did talk to Peter.
And he rage quit? I want to see that part. We want to see the rage quit.
Was that on Jackson Wheat's channel? Are you talking about
No,
Peter?
No, it was a different one.
Yeah, he was on with Peter somewhere.
Peter gonna go for it?
Yeah.
Peter Tucker? That's his name.
Yeah. Yeah, he did a thing where I saw that it was there too, yeah.
Now, God, where did I put that clip? Oh, shit, I gotta find that.
That's what you deserve. Trust me when I tell you, you do not want to get what you deserve. What you want, if you have any sense, is God's mercy, not his judgment.
Ooh, you better trust him.
You want God's judgment to pass from you to Jesus, and that's why Jesus came, so he could give you his righteousness.
Wait.
And take your unrighteousness in this exchange, right? So he gets our sin and unrighteousness. We get his sinless righteousness imputed to us in the exchange at salvation. So now God sees us. He sees me as a son, and he sees me like he sees Jesus, because I'm under the blood of Jesus. So therefore, God, when he looks at me, he doesn't see the person I used to be. He sees who I'm becoming, and he's perfecting me, like Paul said, and so I may become more and more like the image of the invisible Son of God.
I understand now.
Yeah, he's improving.
So you do the sin, and then you give your sin to Jesus, and then God spanks Jesus. Is that?
Yep.
Oh, that's
He takes
cool.
it. He takes it and asks for more.
And ask for more.
Give me another, Daddy.
Can I have another?
Give me another sinner,
my
Daddy.
God.
Oh no. Oh, this is like shaping up to be a pretty good video.
So, being conformed to the image of Christ, who is God. So that means that
Well, it's not Christ, and it's God. In the image of
atheist
God,
not
you
only
mean?
isn't
Yeah.
being conformed to the image of Christ, but the atheist is rejecting their very created value in the rejection of Christ himself.
And this doesn't make any sense.
Nothing.
That would make any sense.
My created value and everything and stuff, and of course it goes across other religions. He's not just every time they're saying atheist, he's also talking about most of the world that has other beliefs as well.
Because
this idea that we're rejecting it, actively rejecting. It's just like, what the hell is he talking about?
Hey, if God made the universe, thank you very much. Okay,
Yeah.
Is that what you want?
Yeah,
Right?
now get off my back.
Why does the super being need me to tell it that? Right? I think the super being already knows it's a super being, right? Hey, thanks a lot, God, for creating the universe. And it's like God's looking down. It's like, what do you think? I don't know that? I'm awesome, right? I never got why it desires to be told over and over, hey, you're so great for making the universe. I think everybody thinks the universe is pretty great. I don't see where the conflict is at all. I'm not mad. If God made the universe, well, that's just fine by me. Okay. But I don't see anything going on in this universe. That's my issue. God sits outside, and I'm sure he quotes Frank Turek at some time, because he quotes them all pretty much. You'll hear him name drop all kinds of apologists. That if their God is outside our universe, outside our time, and all the things that the Turek God is, then fine. Then it's out there. It's not in our universe. For me as an atheist, call it what you will, I don't see it in this universe. So I will grant it to you outside the universe. Call it what you will.
created value, regardless of where you stand, philosophically or otherwise. But you're demeaning. I mean, you're basically like putting your fingers in your ears and and refusing to acknowledge that you need help. And I'm telling you, whoever that you are in this world, you need help. Like, if you really think about it, it does not take that much self-reflection to realize that every person on this planet is, to be blunt, fucked up. Every person on this planet is, to be blunt, fucked up.
No, it's dim view of humanity.
Myself included. And you have to come to the, honestly, it doesn't take that much self-reflection to realize that we're all messed up in many, many different ways, some more than others, for sure. But to say that you don't have issues is just self-deception and being dishonest with yourself. And there's nothing good that will come from that ever.
Yeah,
so,
but that's the issue. The issue is it's some more than others. That's the problem, right? Because that's not saying what you've now given a standard. We're all fucked up, and then you go ahead and you back out of your standard by saying some more than others. Right?
Hey, Dave, I got the same.
That's what we're interested. Sorry, that's what we're interested in. What standard do you judge some more than others by? That's the standard we're after, not that everybody's fucked standard, because that's just rubbish. Yeah, anyway, go ahead.
And of course, Christians still have issues too. So I never understand how his argument separates anybody from anybody. Christians still have problems too. He's just going to say, well, no matter what I do, I just get forgiven. And it's like, well, good for you, right? But that's not saying that you're not doing those things. You're just saying you're getting forgiven for them.
What the fuck are these seagulls flying around on Christian Street for? Do they have? We should add crows on Atheist Street.
That's to clean up the crucifixion victims.
Okay, yeah, there you go.
Being honest with yourself. And the first thing again is to realize that again, yeah, you're fucked up, and you, to be blunt, and you need help, and you need Jesus. We all need Jesus.
No, we don't.
Nope, don't need him.
Apparently, most of the people throughout time and around the globe today don't need Jesus.
Well, does he replace really high yard light? Like I got one that's 30. I don't know. Maybe we do need Jesus. I don't know.
They take the lightning rod off the steeple. That's always my favorite one. The religion accepted science when they put lightning rods on their steeples, right?
Oh shit! I just looked out in the. I looked out in the yard. I haven't been out there sitting for a while because it's wintertime in Minnesota. And there's a seat I always sit on to look over the valley. There's a big oak branch laying on it. So at some point that oak branch fell on that seat. Wouldn't that have been fun? Christians could have said that oak branch. Trees got him. Trees got him.
Yeah. Watch out for the trees.
Yeah, watch out for the trees.
Rochelle, yeah, be forewarned. I don't know we're trying to figure out what his deal is with wiping his nose.
And just be honest with yourself and realize, come to the acknowledgement sooner than later that you're a morally bankrupt, fucked up person.
Really?
Okay,
wow.
whatever you say, man.
Before you know, you're a Christian. Okay, watch out for
Yeah.
that. We don't want that.
He's a little judgy. Little judgy.
Little strange with the laugh and the look there too.
Yeah, look at that look on his face.
Yeah.
Yeah. By the way, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm really tired.
It's late.
So.
You have a good evening.
It's not that late. It's just that I didn't sleep in the afternoon, which I usually do.
Yeah.
But yeah,
we know it's late. It's late over there for you, Brainless. You have a good night. We'll catch you later.
Yeah. Good night, dumbasses.
All right.
Bye.
Bye.
And Brainless was streaming earlier with Commander and everything, and I need the break. But always appreciate Brainless stopping by. And yeah, you can catch Brainless often over there with Commander and on Slim Cyborg's channel as well, and good times on both those channels. So make sure you check those out too.
Scott and I did a kind of a thoughtful stream on my channel today on Ananias or whatever, which I think we did a pretty good job of just, of actually, Jim Bob always says, oh, you don't have an argument. I believe we did. And we caught him saying some pretty funny things about Coco the gorilla that could sign. He confused it with Momo, some sort of comedy meme, and it was kind of cool. So anyway.
Yeah, Bree, I mentioned earlier that I passed 420 subscribers.
Yeah.
It had a rip and a sip to celebrate, and cheers to Bree as well.
Well, Jim Bob says
appreciate I see a couple more people subscribed here. Thank you very much. Welcome everybody. And like I say, make sure you check out in the description. There's links down there as well for Thymos and Answers in Atheism and Joe over at the Kentucky Atheist, who was here earlier. I say Joe's got things going on, so he may be in and out, but it's all good. We wish Joe all the best.
All right, that's it for now. And then now, after you realize that,
Oh, I got my hopes up. That's all for now. Oh, wait a minute.
Say, Lord, I need your help. I need your help. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And like,
Okay.
don't be a mantra. It doesn't have to be like that. But you have to acknowledge that you need God's help, and then honestly ask Jesus to help you and save you and to change you, because you need help, you need change, and you need saving.
Okay,
You need
gotcha.
saving from God.
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh. Go ahead, Dave. You caught it as well. Go ahead, Dave.
Yeah, before he did his last little thing about Jesus or whatever. Yeah, that's what hit me right there. You need saving from God. Go ahead, Simon.
Some people need a 12-step program, but I don't know about Jesus.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's ultimately, it's that you need protection from the wrath of God. And I was like, yeah, I get it. You've been pushing it through the whole thing, hellfire, and we're all doomed, and just sounds like a great religion to me. I don't know about you.
God,
Put that on a billboard. That's quite the selling point, I think, right? You know? Did he talk much about how great heaven's going to be?
No, he didn't talk about that much.
I didn't hear much about that.
I think because it's really boring. They don't want to talk about it.
Well, luckily, he's got a whole bunch of videos. And you know what? We busted through that video in just over an hour. How about that? I think that's a record for Saturday Night at the Atheists.
I want to disagree with Savage Minnow on 12-step programs being cults, by the way. They help a lot of people. Saved my life. So go ahead, Dave.
Now we're going to get into a little more stuff that Mike wants to talk about here.
And so what I want to talk about in this video is I don't believe that atheists believe the claims they make. Like, if you really think there is no God, then you're arguing from absurdity, because then you're arguing, knowingly or not, that life came from non-life, intelligence came from non-intelligence, everything came from nothing.
And there it is. Yeah. Everything came from nothing. Yeah. Once again, that's your belief, ex nihilo. Look it up, right?
And life came from non-life? No, I wouldn't quite describe what happened with abiogenesis as life came from non-life, or life came from a rock, or whatever the hell they're whatever kind of weird shit goes on in their minds. Don't agree with any of that.
And that effects can have no cause. Now, we know from observation, science, induction, and reason that all of those things are flat out impossible. You cannot get life from non-life. You can't get intelligence from non-intelligence. You can't have effects without a cause.
Wait.
And you can't.
Intelligence from non-intelligence? So, like, I used to be a zygote, and I think I'm pretty smart now. So, isn't that an example of intelligence from non-intelligence? Or does he think every cell is like a genius? I don't know.
That's a pretty good example.
Yeah.
And the same thing when they ask, how do you get from a simple cell to something complex? And once again, it's like, well, sperm and egg, pretty simple.
Yep.
Reproduces a whole bunch of times. Ta-da.
They never want to talk about that particular miracle, quote unquote, the coming from a single cell, which all of us did, and, forming this rather complex being, for better or worse. They never want to talk about that. They want to talk about other miracles. It's kind of odd.
You can't have life from non-life, intelligence from non-intelligence, everything for nothing. And you can't have effects without cause. Now, of course, one of the biggest rebuttals to that will be, what about God? God is the only uncaused cause.
The only one.
I know, of course, atheists will say, well, that's special pleading. Well, not really.
Yes, it
because
is.
Here's the thing. In order for God not to exist, infinite regress has to be logically possible and logically feasible.
Yes. Yeah, the problem
dang
is
it.
Oh,
the problem
did he just-
is infinite regress. So you're stuck with, no matter what you do, you're stuck with some infinite regress. And he says, "Oh no, it's infinite regress. So we get to special plead our God, because that way we avoid the problem, which is staring you right in the goddamn face."
Also, was that the first cut in this video that I've seen? Did he just cut the video, or was that you, Dave?
That might have been Dave.
It wasn't me. Hold on.
No, I didn't think it would be.
So
I slipped
start being
there.
honest with yourself.
Just
Okay.
go back a
Do
little
it.
bit there. Just go back a little bit there and find out what he actually said before the cut, because I think you'll find.
He's got two different shirts on. What?
I
the hell?
think you'll find he's just claiming.
No, this is the next video.
I think you'll find that he's just claiming that an
Right,
infinite
so
regress is impossible.
You're free to choose that life if you want, but there's a standard of sexuality.
Just go back before it, Dave.
If
Before the cut. Oh, right,
I'm
sorry.
looking.
and you can't have
Orange shirt.
now, yeah, after you realize that, say, Lord, I need your help. I need your help. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
maybe not.
Now
If you really
that's
think there is no God, then you're arguing from absurdity, because then you're arguing what else to that will be. What about God? I mean, sorry. Well, God is the only uncaused cause, because I know, of course, atheists will say, well, that's special pleading. Well, not really, because here's the thing. In order for God not to exist, infinite regress has to be logically possible and logically feasible and scientifically possible. But the thing is, infinite regress, if you have any sense, is completely scientifically impossible and logically absurd.
Okay, stop there for me.
Otherwise,
So, firstly, he's now saying that God has to be scientifically provable, which, as far as I last checked, a lot of theists disagree with that position.
Yeah.
Right, so that's not certain. And then, secondly, he has to say that mathematically, an infinite regress is impossible. That's what it means to be logically impossible. And as far as I'm aware, infinity is a mathematical concept which is extremely useful. So it's not impossible. And then thirdly, he thinks that eternity is a real thing, because he's going to go there sometime in heaven, and he's going to live for eternity. Right? So I'm just saying.
I do see the comments about wanting to join.
That's a future, infinite passage of time. So if an infinite regress is impossible, then an infinite future is impossible.
Yeah,
we do open it up sometimes if we feel so inclined. Not right at the moment, but we may open it up.
So he's
it's just me. I don't have a producer here. I do try to look over at the chat.
Sorry.
Welcome everybody.
So he's just made a claim, basically, that an infinite regress is impossible. He's obviously not showing it. Just to finish up. Go ahead.
I just saw tons of mice comment. The cells in my penis are not genius. The trouble they got me into. Anyway, go ahead.
If we went on infinite regress, then we'd never be able to arrive at today. The other thing is, of course, life can't account for itself, therefore annulling infinite regress altogether. So I don't believe.
There you go. I guess that's a gotcha then.
There's two fallacies right there.
He's getting his stupid things from other creationists.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is like second or third generation stupid stuff.
Yeah, so with the infinite regress thing, I normally say, does the number 32 exist in an infinite series? Right. If it does exist, then how could you get to 32 in an infinite series? But yet, I can count to 32. That's not a problem.
It's magic shirts. Hello, deconverted man. Tsunami, hello. And Farm is here, hello.
That atheists believe the claims they make, and I think that most atheists are just. I don't think it's. I'm not actually, according to Romans 1, there are no atheists. They're just people who suppress the truth in unrighteousness. And if you look at most atheists, it's almost always, I don't like God's standard of sexuality, the one man, one woman marriage.
Wait a minute. Oh.
What is that about?
No, it's never that. I mean, I've talked to lots of atheists. It's never that.
Never that. No. Because I know a lot of Christians that never heeded those little rules. I don't know what the hell is he? Why is he so obsessed with that? Why are Christians so obsessed with the sex thing?
I don't know.
I think I know.
Christopher Hitchens, Christopher Hitchens famously said, every time he hears one of these big mouths, he notes it down because sooner or later they're going to show up in the news caught with somebody, right?
Yep.
So it seems to be, I believe Joe said earlier, a big projection issue, right?
Okay, I want to sleep around. I want to maybe sleep with both sexes.
What?
So it's none of your business.
Does he?
Well, you go and do it.
The only thing I ask is, be safe and protection and be adults and, all that kind of stuff. And don't, hopefully don't cheat on anybody or, but if you're not bothering anybody, it's nobody's business. Why would it be anybody's business?
I want to, I want to be my own God.
Again, no. I mean, somebody was mentioning on a stream that you wouldn't want me to have those powers, right? And I was chuckling, thinking, you start throwing some wrath around, right? And absolute power corrupts absolutely, right?
If you were able to get him to talk about what he really thinks, he's equivocating on what God means. You want to be your own God? Well, what do you mean by that? Oh, you just want to do what you want to do. Well, that's not a God. That's not being a God.
Yeah. And I can't do whatever I want to do, even if I wanted to do whatever I wanted to do. If I break the speed, if I go out and get in my vehicle right now and fly down the street and break the speed limit, there's probably Popo down there where they usually sit, and I'm going to get a ticket. Doesn't matter. I'm going to believe it, but it's probably not going to work.
The Bible and God say you're free to choose that life if you want, but there's going to be dire consequences for it. Now, the stats are confirmed that the people who live in sexually and lifestyles that deviate from God's standard of one man and one woman, that the rates of depression, eating disorders, mental disorders, anxiety, suicidal ideation.
This is cherry picking stuff like they always do.
Yeah.
And you can't just generalize people by all these things. And there's a lot of things go into these different things. Yeah. I can guarantee he has no idea what he's saying. He's just repeating something probably Ray Comfort said.
Are through the roof in the LGBT plus community. So why is that? Now, of course, I've heard the argument that, well, it's because of, religious oppression, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, hold on a second now.
Well, that's part of it. I mean, when you're giving people a hard time all the time and telling them that they're going to hellfire and stuff, maybe it could weigh on somebody's mental well-being. Just maybe, right? Did that, light bulb go on over your head on that one, buddy? I don't think so, but I wish it would.
You've got people who have been living in that lifestyle probably for years who are not in any religious setting. Not to mention, you don't know that that person has been influenced by religious settings at all. But even even atheists, irrespective of your worldview, most people are naturally heterosexual because that's the way God made us. And if everyone went gay, our species would go extinct in another 30, 40 years.
And it doesn't follow either. There's no reason gay couples can't have children.
And so that's obviously not a good thing. So that's and that's like one reason alone what proves that homosexuality is unnatural, because you can't.
No, it isn't. It's been observed in 1,400 species or something like that. These arguments are just really silly.
Procreate with someone of the same sex as you.
Who cares?
It's obviously too that your genitals won't fit naturally into someone of the same sex, whereas it will be into
Disagree.
someone of the opposite sex.
Of course, procreation is the only reason anybody ever has sex, right?
Have you seen the Kama Sutra? I mean, right? You need to be a little more creative there, buddy.
Have you even heard of evolution? My goodness.
Hey, Dave, I just did a picture of Mormon Street.
Uh-oh. What'd you find, a new AI program?
Mormon Street.
No, it's the same one. This is Mormon
great.
Street.
Oh, we're going to get in trouble for that one.
Nice. Keep them coming, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, try Moron Street.
I'll keep thinking.
Sexuality.
Red pill.
The ability to have normal intercourse, sexual intercourse, and to be able to.
And once again, normal. Look, people like all different kind of stuff. Heterosexual couples like all different kind of stuff. You don't always have to do stuff just with the goal to reproduce. Okay? And if God, I will grant you again, if God made us, for some reason, we like to do a lot of other things too, right? And we seem to enjoy those as well. So this whole uptight thing of missionary position only on, good days in the biorhythm and everything just for reproduction, no, I don't buy that. I don't buy it from your view or anybody else's, because it seems that we are sexual beings. We like, some people like their elbow tickled. You know what I mean? It's a whole body thing. It's not just a reproduction thing. Yes, no?
Yeah.
Yes.
And it isn't an obsession for everybody. I don't know. Never was for me. So I'm sorry.
And I understand if you're trying to have kids and you're trying to time everything and taking your temperature and doing all I understand, you got to do what you got to do. But people do other things, and heterosexual couples do other things. The argument is just, again, it's silly, and maybe, as I suggested earlier, some folks need to get laid.
Or they need to find some interesting websites or something, because he seems overly obsessed with lust and, shit like that.
Leave the trees alone.
Yeah, leave the trees alone.
So, even, common sense just rules that homosexuality is natural. My buddy Luke actually meant, I don't remember the argument he gave.
That doesn't follow either.
Well, what does he mean by natural? I mean, it certainly is part of evolution, so it is certainly part of nature.
Yeah.
In that sense, it's natural, but that's not saying anything. I mean,
no,
it's built in.
And again, other species show behavior with same-sex behavior, I should have said. So it seems to be natural. And once again, why have these feelings of touching this or whatever you're doing feel so nice if it wasn't made that way? You know what I mean?
Right.
It seems that it should be, wow, all these things are awesome, right? Having these awesome sexual experiences and everything are just awesome. Wow. And instead it's like, no, forget all that. And it's like, well, here we are back to the workbench, Mike, and he's making all this stuff and wiring and making all these little spots, on your elbow or on your wherever, you know how it is.
Yeah.
The back of the neck. And then, hooking all those nerves there so that, when you touch that spot, it's just like, ooh, and for absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing.
He could have distributed those nerve cells more evenly if he didn't want people to lust after shit.
Exactly.
I mean, God created us that way.
Yeah, that's why I never understood what the uptightness about sexuality. It's like, wait a minute, didn't God make all this stuff, fun for a reason? Or no, he did all that for no reason. Okay.
So Dave, we just suffered a Wesley Curry II drive-by, and it's more batshit crazy than ever. That 32,523 that shall tempt you. What the hell is he talking? What's going on here?
Wesley's worried about our cosmic, universal, eternal aura, soul.
Where did he come up with this number? $32,523. Is that?
I don't know.
I missed something.
How do they come up with probabilities for the universe not being here? You just pick a number you like.
Open the Holy Spirit.
Maybe when I see him this coming week, that I'll mention that to him, and because he told me something in this regard that even science proves that homosexuality is unnatural.
Is unnatural?
I didn't hear that either.
Did he say unnatural?
He said science has proven it is unnatural.
What the hell is he talking about?
I don't know what he's talking about.
What the?
I would disagree 100%. I think that once again, it's been demonstrated in a lot of other species, and it's clearly demonstrated in our species. So you're just wrong.
Oh, he's talking about same-sex sex?
Yep.
Why does he keep bringing that up?
Because I think he needs to get laid.
Does he know people? Does he get a little section of his brain that's unresolved?
Seriously, people that just can't stop talking about it.
Yeah.
Well, if it's on your brain that much, maybe you need to take care of that, right? Just go take care of that. All right, you'll feel much better. You'll clear your head. Go on about the rest of your day, right?
When I happen to run into a person who I know is gay, I don't sit and think about him as a gay person. I mean, I don't sit and dwell on that like this guy's dwelling on it. He's dwelling on it.
Yeah. Why would I dwell on it, right?
It's that
if
whole
I was
thing.
dwelling on it, then it's like, maybe I'm interested in that. Well,
Christians hit on something about human nature, and that is forbidden fruit. If you forbid something, it becomes more exciting when you can cross over. So after he turns the video camera off and goes to sleep, what does he think about?
Yeah. And, we know that Christian or not, you're getting your freak on, you're watching some stuff on the internet, you're going to the adult stores, and there's nothing wrong with it as long as it's all adults and everybody's having a good time. So there's no reason to get uptight about it unless you're jealous, right?
Yeah, he's got some unresolved things.
But anyways, so I don't believe that
somebody else is having a good time. Oh no!
I don't believe that atheists believe the things that they believe or they claim to believe.
Oh boy!
Lack of evidence is just nonsense. The other thing is, anyone who makes the claim has the burden of proof. So if I say I have no God, I have the burden of proof. If you say there is no God, you have the burden of proof.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. But you have to define your God, and you have to which God, and yeah. we can lay that out. Hello, Tori. How you doing?
Yeah, what I like to point out to these people is that for me to be an atheist, I have to have some idea of what God you believe in. So I'm not an atheist when I'm alone in my room. I'm just me, right? But when I'm next to a person who believes in some magical critter, then then they start telling me about the magical critter, then I form a disbelief in their magical critter. But if they're not around, I'm just me. I'm not an atheist.
And Deviant Outcast. Hello, Deviant. Good to see you. And of course, we got Deconverted Man blessing us with his presence.
Can you imagine a world where there are only atheists? Only atheists. Like, what would that even mean? To be an atheist in a world where nobody believed in magic fairies?
Well, if you could at least categorize it, I don't have a people who can separate things. It's when they can't separate things, like red pill here and
if you want to start
creationists in general,
if you want to start judging an atheist, then you have to judge him to be like an A unicornist and an A this and an A that. I mean, you can't do that, because there are a lot of things that people don't believe in.
You just can't be an A Bigfootist.
A Bigfootist, no, not that.
We can't tolerate that. There are lines we have to draw in the sand. All right.
If you don't accept Bigfoot in your heart, there will be dire consequences. I assure you.
Yeah, you can't leave out lobsters either. Deconverted Man.
I'm an
shout out there.
I'm an A big fetist.
Big fetist.
Yeah, that. I'm an A athlete.
For sake of this video, I'm not going to get into the arguments about why I believe that God.
Leave your nose alone.
Of course you're not. Of course you're not going to get into the argument. Why? You're just going to claim that you do.
Okay. This guy.
He keeps talking though.
Does he snort meth or what?
I know he can't leave his nose alone.
No.
For God's existence are so overwhelming and have been put forward so many times that it's probably, you're probably at the point though, no matter what someone says, that you're probably not going to believe the arguments for or against God. Okay, maybe I'll give you.
All right. He's going to do it. He's going to prove God. All right, everybody, hold on to your hats. This is the real thing. I've got a really good feeling about this now, everybody. I think we weren't open to it. Maybe just this time, this might do it, because this guy said some absolute horse shit up to now, and surely at some point that's got to change. So here we go.
I'm going to cross over at any minute now. Let's see what he's got.
I'm on the edge of my seat as well.
5 short reasons.
What?
For
hang on. Stop there again. 5. I only want 1. One's enough. Don't need 5. Go ahead.
God exists. There's over 8 billion people on the planet, and no 2 people have the same fingerprints. That's 1.
No 2 people have the same fingerprints.
That's the proof of God?
Yeah.
Is that what? Okay.
What? What? Yeah. Scratching my head.
Yeah, me too. No 2 people have the same, same brain either.
I have an answer for that. Really? Okay. If God is a designer, all right, fingerprints give you grip, right?
Yep.
Now, if there was a designer, the designer should have a pattern that is the best grip.
Yeah.
There isn't one. There isn't one.
Are any 2 rocks the same? Proof of God.
Yeah, right. Go.
Okay.
I mean, in actual fact, there's no 2 people the same either, right?
Yeah.
No. Hello, Farm. How you doing?
Wait a minute. There are 2 electrons that are the same, though. There you go.
They're in the different places at the same
Proof
time.
Of atheism.
Maybe.
There's really only 1 electron. It's just everywhere at the same time.
It's just everywhere, right?
DNA is biological code. Coding requires a coder. That's 2.
Nope, that's false.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
DNA is proof of a coder, so that proves God.
Yeah.
That kind of code.
Yeah,
Nope.
no, he's obviously projecting, shall we say, the fact that human beings made God. That's all he's saying there. If he thinks that DNA is a code, right? Well, man-made can make codes, right? So you only need man to make life then. So
Now, if everybody's DNA was its own code, like its own, individual code, perfectly designed to create just them, and everybody had like this, entirely different DNA from each other, then, we'd be like, okay, maybe evolution is false. But no, that's not what it is. We have 4 letters, you mutate them.
and I was just reminded, Bree was trying to redirect your channel, Mike.
Yeah,
but to redirect your channel, you have to turn it on in your settings.
I have to go to that goddamn settings thing down on the bottom. And
there's a thing that says allow others to redirect to your channel or something like that. Turn that on.
I'll do it right now, Dave.
And then, next time, if somebody sees that you're on, they can redirect to your channel. And it's a good way to send people over.
Nice of Bree to try to do. Okay, where the hell is it though?
Yep, we love Bree over at Hiveside.
Is it under general channel? Oh, it's under channel. Okay, channel. Let's see. Yep. No, it's not under channel. Oh, advanced settings.
And if you want a lot of these folks' channels, including Deconverted Man, everything, you can always go to my channel at Captive Desk. Subscribe while you're there. Appreciate it. And if you go down onto the bottom, I have links for all these folks' channels down on the bottom there. So subscribe to them as well. Spread it around. Appreciate it.
There's an option, don't show potentially inappropriate words like Christian or disable interest-based clips. Allow viewers to
you can put things in there where it'll filter words and it'll hold comments that have certain words. You've got all kind of little settings you can set in there.
Okay, is my channel made for kids? What do you think, guys?
Nope. Because if you turn that off, then there's all kind of things you can and can't do after that. It messes up everything. So
I can't. I'll be damned if I can find this setting. I don't know. Oh, I'm like operating my YouTube channel right in front of it.
Thank you, Rochelle, for dropping links. Appreciate it.
Basic info. I don't know what the hell.
Gravitational force is precisely where it needs to be for the conditions of life.
Gravitational force is exactly what it is. Okay. But I don't know. I kind of have an argument against this because they've sprouted seeds on the space station.
Right? Wow. Yeah.
And I think they've actually grown a little what do you call it, herb thing, and had like a little salad out of it. You know what I mean? So so you can take gravity out of the equation, right?
Yeah,
in a way.
The plants grow towards light, so it's nothing. Yeah. That's why they grow upwards, even in gravity. Gravity would just mean they wouldn't grow upwards; they only grow downwards, I guess. But that's not how plants work, right? Photosynthesis is the powerhouse of a plant, so.
And of course, this is, life is exactly suited for the gravity. And well, if we had stronger gravity, which is one of the arguments, or the speculations, I should say, for life on other planets, is if you had a stronger gravity, life might be lower and to the ground because of stronger gravity, right? You wouldn't be tall, you'd be low and flat.
What he just said about gravity is demoted nonsense. There's no particular, like you said, Dave, we just would have evolved differently, right?
We'd suit to the gravity, right?
Thicker bones, stronger muscles, that kind of thing.
Right.
Yeah. And without gravity, we all be blown around like dandelion seeds. It'd be kind of cool.
That'd be all right.
Mystical. Be mystical.
So, well, that's 3. You got 2 to go. You haven't convinced us.
To use Frank Turek's argument,
Oh, okay. Well, there we
Frank
go.
Turek's argument. Oh no.
Add on. Here we go. Yeah, Frank Turek. Well done, mate.
Okay, here we go.
Oh, what is it?
Everyone knows. Any thinking person, I would say, knows that gravitation is not measured in gravity is not measured in inches. But to give you an example, he said, and I'm quoting in here, that if you remove the gravitational force an infinitesimal degree in either direction, life on this planet would not exist.
Yeah, it's just bullshit.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine tuning. That's bullshit.
No. I believe Thunderfoot might have done a video regarding this, that you can change constants and still have a universe. So.
Gravity is a curvature of space, time, and it's infinite. Basically, it's continuously variable depending on the mass, right? So, I mean, what is he even talking about here? Doesn't make any sense.
And ultimately, fine tuning is against what standard, right? Against, we don't have another universe. We don't have a book that says, the universe should have this much gravity and this much strong a nuclear force, right? These things aren't written down. So to me, it makes no sense to say it's fine tuned against what.
And if it wasn't if it wasn't tuned for the biological life that this guy is, he wouldn't be wiping his nose on YouTube. So,
way too much.
Also, massive ignorance of statistical analysis. To say
Sniffles
that gravity, if it was slightly different, couldn't do X.
That's Sniffle McGee Street. There you go. Put that in your AI.
Sniffle McGee Street. I don't know.
Sniffle McGee Street.
Irreducible complexity in cells. The smaller a cell gets,
more bullshit.
More
What's his name? Stephen Meyer.
Irreducibly so.
Yeah. Behe. That's Behe's thing.
I beg your pardon. It is, yeah.
Well,
irreducible complexity. Behe's been totally debunked by everybody. Nobody in the field accepts what he says. It's only creationists that cite him, and it's leaving out that you have simpler and simpler cells. They're basically taking if you take a human being and you take the heart out, it doesn't work anymore. Well, duh, right? But if you go back far enough, you can change all these things. And that is what they're talking about, not this just ripping parts out. And, see, it doesn't work anymore. Well, of course it doesn't.
I just noticed that one of my Mormons here has training wheels on his bike. What?
Yeah, it works on pressure as well, the heart. So, pressure is a natural force in the universe. That's why it couldn't evolve perfectly acceptably to do the things that it... Also, I prefer the Michael Jackson pronunciation of that man's name. I don't know if you know that.
No. What is that?
Michael B. Thank you very much. I'm here all week.
Well, Behe classically is the mousetrap guy. His example is, if you take any parts away from mousetrap, it doesn't work. However, you can take parts away from the mousetrap and it will still function as other things, as well as you can still rework what's left to still be a mousetrap. So his argument fails.
5.
Last chance.
5. Oh my God. Oh, this is it. This is the big one, everybody. Okay, everybody.
The eye has over 3 million light-sensitive cells per eye. Even Darwin knew this was a problem for his theory because all the parts of the eye need to come together at one time.
But that's the same as number 4. I mean, you're literally just giving another example of number 4.
Right.
He's a disappointment to me. He is a disappointment to me.
There we go. We got Sniffles McGee in the chat.
We got a lot of cells.
I hope your mother loves you because you're a disappointment to me.
That's 5 good reasons for you to disregard atheism.
No, they were terrible.
No bad ones.
And there was only 4 anyway.
Yeah.
And you know it. It's self-evident. That's what
No.
Paul says in Romans 1:2.
That's the claim.
We're without excuse when it comes.
I think I've got a good excuse. Your arguments were terrible. That's what they don't get. And then this, oh, you're laughing and mocking. And it's like, well, I'm sorry, you know. It gets to the point of silliness, right?
You know, this guy's sitting around in his laundry room and he just ordered a plate of meth and he thinks, I'm going to prove God to atheists. And he comes up with these, like, what is wrong with this guy?
Comes to
What the
God's
hell?
existence. It's so blatantly obvious.
It
that
is
this
blatantly
world is
obvious.
designed. You have to be willfully ignorant to dismiss
Adam.
the evidence of God. Okay. Then again, I don't believe atheists believe it. See, again, I don't believe that atheists
Talk
believe
about
that God doesn't exist.
Talk about
I
being
think it's more
willfully
that
ignorant.
those who claim to be atheists don't like the way God runs the show.
Doesn't even believe it when
Now,
someone
wait a
tells him.
minute. Atheists don't like the way God runs the show. See, here we go.
Yeah, I don't
we
really
have to.
believe
We
it.
have to stop. We have to stop again. We have to explain. Atheist doesn't believe in God. Atheist doesn't hate God. An atheist doesn't care how you think God did things or not.
Doesn't care what God's doing.
Either way. Okay. No. Terrible argument.
And I think that's usually what it comes down to. You want to be the captain of your own ship. Well, I mean, I understand that. I mean, I lived my good chunk of my life that way too. And guess what? It always ended in disaster. Every single time I lived my life on my terms, my life went.
That sounds like an AA principle, basically. So
we're seeing a problem here. Because you had problems, everybody does. And hey, if you had problems, that's, I feel for anybody that has problems, whatever they may be. Okay, not here to discuss it, but
Kenobi Jedi mind tricks.
yeah, that might be it. Whatever it is, yeah, okay, but that doesn't mean it's everybody. This is.
I'll just say for Mike's benefit here, welcome back, my friends, to the show that never ends.
Yeah, this is terrible. You're just terribly wrong.
Destroyed. Relationship issues, financial issues, work issues, you name it. Like mental health issues. Like, it's just, when you live life on your terms and your way, it doesn't work.
Once again, believers have mental health issues. Believers have financial issues. Most everybody has at one point in their life had some degree of these types of issues.
I've had them and I've solved them all, and and I'm still not a Christian, so I don't know what he's talking about. So
yeah, deconverted man. Your arguments suck. That's his arguments do suck. He throws in over and over that I want you to come to Jesus and all that, but then he has these terrible arguments. Maybe you should come up with some better arguments. And I still haven't heard anything about how great heaven is. Has he gotten to that yet?
I'd like to hear him come up with an argument for Muslims as to why Christianity is the one. That'd be better.
That would be a good one.
Yeah, or Mormons.
I've tried many times. It always doesn't work. When I live my life according to the word and will of God, I have peace of mind, peace of heart, I have peace with my maker, I have peace with myself, and I have peace with my fellow man.
And when not, you're not a good with your fellow man and all these terrible things. That's a you problem. That's not a me. That's not a me problem.
Yep.
And things click. When I live according to the word and will of God, everything works. No, I'm not saying I'm perfect, but I'm just saying the Bible makes sense.
I thought you were for a moment there. I thought he was saying that. Also, what do you mean? What does he mean by clicks? Does he mean that people don't go, oh, would you stop doing with that? Take shit with your nose. I'm pissed off. I'm leaving.
Yeah, that's it.
I mean,
that
what it
doesn't
is?
click.
Or
That
is he
doesn't
saying,
click.
is he just saying he goes to church and Christians don't complain about me? You know, they don't run away. I don't know what he's saying here.
Well, to me, he's saying that he doesn't know right from wrong unless the Bible tells him,
The good book says so.
you know, don't do these things. And then all of a sudden it dawned on him, oh, wow, I shouldn't have been walking around, you know, thumping people in the noggin or whatever he was doing. I don't know. Again, whatever his issues were, he seems to have some issues, and that's fine to work through your issues, but seeing all of humanity that way is some serious projection.
And I just want to say that this, like I have lived for 18 years by 12 secular principles, or secularized principles. And the same things, basically, I would claim in my life: peace and getting along with my fellow man and living a good life and all of these things. All of that without this Christianity thing. So, I mean, it's not the only route to peace of mind. I don't know why they think it is. Why they need Jesus to do it for them. Don't get it.
It could be in a garage there.
I think it's his laundry room. His wife locked him in his laundry room.
We got a subtle dragon. We got a subtle dragon here. Hello.
His wife is withholding sex from him and's got him locked in the laundry room, and he doesn't have any tissue paper to wipe his nose with.
We're piecing it together.
Yeah.
It's like
Grab some of
we
that
rebelled against
laundry.
God.
That's why he's angry
That's why
too.
we're in the mess we're in. We sinned. That's why we live in this broken, fallen, screwed up world.
Here we are, fallen
responsible
world.
for it. Now, of course, most atheists can't wrap their head around a perfectly moral, good, and loving God with a broken, fallen, sinful world.
Because it doesn't make any sense. It's just seems like a big scapegoat.
I thought it was Adam and Eve that were sitting around the apartment one day and they decided, hey, these apples look pretty good.
Yeah, and we got blamed for that too.
We got blamed for that shit. It's like,
Yeah.
I don't know. Those must have been some special apples to create all this havoc, right? I mean,
Kind of apples that grow in those little boxes you got.
God must, yeah, right. God must, maybe that was the kind of apples they are. Yeah. God must have been really attached to those apples.
That's what they were talking about on that stream the other day.
Well, shit, yeah.
Was the deer rooting in the mushrooms? Did you get to that part of the video?
No, I don't think so.
In that, yeah, the Ananias, whatever you say his name.
Ananias.
Yeah, there's a part in there where they were talking that Santa's reindeer flying, coming from
Because they were in
deer rooting around in the mushrooms and then acting funny.
Right. And Rudolph's nose is red because he keeps wiping it.
Keeps sticking it in the mushrooms. See?
Yeah, that makes
Yeah, that's in that. Make sure you'll love that part in there. Make sure you go back and find that part. It's in like the second half when I'm in the chat there. That's when it is.
Yeah.
You'll see. Look for the mushroom picture that comes up on the screen.
Well, when we were kids, we used to raid people's yards and steal their crab apples. And there was this one lady with a shotgun loaded with salt, and she got a friend of mine in the back. Actually, shot him. She shot him for crab apples.
We had a lovely neighbor for a while that would bake homemade bread, and you could smell it. And it's like, oh, Mrs. Policki's making bread, right? And sure enough, she'd come, with the towel over it. I made some bread for you, And she had an apple tree in the backyard too, and it's like, oh, Mrs. Policki is baking something. And Dave, come over here. Come over here. Come over here, Dave. Here's a pie for you. You take that in the house for you guys.
Yeah, she shared her apples.
Oh, wow. That was great. Great.
You want us to follow a guy who's greedy about his
and then we can't eat of the tree. It's like, here we go again.
The trees again.
But if you can't wrap your mind around that, then you're never going to come to an understanding of why the world is the way it is. That, to quote Graham Cook again, what God could prevent with his power, he allows in his wisdom. The Bible talks about trials, persecutions.
It's just saying bad things happen because God allows it.
Yeah. What God could prevent with his power, he allows in his wisdom. Now that's an interesting statement.
And this aligns with what I said again. I will grant your God is a Turk's God outside the universe, but it doesn't seem to be doing anything in this universe, which is he's admitting it. God just lets things go on. He isn't saving anybody, protecting anybody. Almost like you just have to deal with nature, right?
I see a speeding bus heading toward you, and it is in my power to warn you, but I allow it with my wisdom.
Yeah, because if you don't get smacked by that bus, you're never going to learn your lesson, Mike.
That's right.
We got Krishy Fishy. What is this? We're taking a look at a video directed at atheists, and got some atheists here responding to it.
And temptations basically refining us. So you wouldn't know, without adversity, life would just be almost meaningless. Like,
how about heaven?
You grow in strength and character through trials.
What about heaven? Life without adversities, meaningless, right? He just said it. Paradise, no adversity there, right? No sin, nothing. It's meaningless. How do they reconcile that?
That's the same when they say you wouldn't know good without bad. So then you're saying there has to be bad in heaven, or you don't know what good is.
Yep, it would be meaningless.
Yeah. It don't make no sense.
Nope.
And temptations and challenges of life. You don't grow and you do not grow in when everyth's good. You grow through challenge. That's how you grow. Through challenge, temptations, persevere. When your character is tested, that's when you grow. When your character isn't tested, that's when you become stale. So we have to understand that although God doesn't control bad things.
Leave your nose alone.
But God allows bad things to happen to refine us. So we have to understand that although God.
So here we go again. Bad things happen. You go through trials, tribulations, life experiences, and like Mike has said many times, he wouldn't want to change things because then he wouldn't be him, right?
Right.
All these things make us what we are. And he's, again, just saying God just allows all these things to happen, ups, downs, everything else, just so you can figure your way out through life. Almost like you don't need God there at all. These arguments are not pro-God. I don't see why he thinks these are pro-God at all.
Well, it's worse than that, Dave, because they're against God. They're anti-God. If you stop and think about it, what use does bone cancer in children? What does that do to develop somebody's soul?
No idea.
It doesn't do anything. Just kills them. That's it. There's no soul building to do with that.
God does not orchestrate a lot of our situations, but he allows them to happen to refine us and so that we become the people of God that he wants us to be. That's the point of all those things.
So, again, that just sounds like personal development. And if anybody has had hard times and they've come out ahead of it, good for them. right? But this is not showing that you need God to do these things. I'm not seeing that.
Certainly is no explanation for evil done in the name of God, or even natural evils. It's, again, just disproving his version of God. The fact he can't see it, the fact he thinks it's a positive argument for him, just goes to show you how dogma and indoctrination corrupts the mind. As we like to say on this channel, don't we, Dave? It's lazy thinking.
Indeed.
Thank you. Every week we've got to mention.
Well, I saw you come in on Unbelievable. They were mentioning his name on that.
Yeah.
I run into Simos all over the place.
No, I don't understand why some things. There's a lot of things I don't understand. But
I know, and we know that.
we're
I can name 4.
There.
I can name 4 straight off.
I'm confident that God is good, regardless.
No, I think there's a better argument for an evil God myself.
of what's going on in me or around me. And that's the place you have to come to. And that's this is the thing that I see atheists when I see them on Twitter or my YouTube channel time and time again. They do not understand. They can't wrap their minds and reconcile the fact that there's a good and loving God in a fallen, broken world.
Well, they wouldn't be atheists if they could. I mean, I don't know. You're just saying, well, I can't understand. People, there are people here that think that squares are triangles. And they can't wrap their head around the fact a square's got 4 sides. Well, I mean, that's because it's defined that way. And if you define God into existence, then of course you think that that's real. Of course you do. But some of us like something a little more than just a definition to start trying to base our lives on.
Nobody knows why he's sniffing. Nobody knows his nasal. Nobody knows the trouble he has.
Of course, it's a song. Yeah, of course. I should have known that when I read Deconverted Man.
God is not responsible for the way the world is.
What?
We are.
What?
What?
He created it.
Wait. Yeah, no, that didn't work. I thought he created everything.
Yeah.
Yes.
Sure he did.
And here we go again. I don't know the Bible all that well, but I do know what it says in Isaiah. It says, I, the Lord, do all these things, good things and the bad things.
Who was it that created the tree and put it in the garden in the first place?
Well, who set up the consequences?
There you go.
And who further enforces the consequences beyond just the person who did it to how many generations that they think there are since Adam and Eve. So,
Who tried to big themselves up by saying what the consequences were.
and why not just say, oh, I'm sorry, you're forgiven. But no, you have to have thousands of years of things until you decide to have a sacrifice that was suitable to curb your revenge or whatever desires, some nonsense. It's like just say you're forgiven. The whole it had to be this, and you had to have Jesus, and you had to have all this. And who's writing these rules, right? If God's going to forgive you, okay, you're forgiven. There it's done and over.
Yeah, I mean, why didn't Jesus just appear in the garden and go, all right, I need to die, and then everything will be all right again. No problem.
Yeah.
Someone nailed me to this freaking tree, will you please? And then we'll all be happy, right? No, that's not going to happen.
Take the spanking.
Instead, the Creator had to kick us all out, right? And then, like a few thousand years later, go, they're such wicked people. Yeah, let's just kill everybody.
Let's
except for the one guy that's good. right? Oh, actually, I can't, he's not good. But nevertheless, I'm going to say he's good just for the story, just to keep myself amused. I mean, if this isn't a wicked person,
It is.
and
It's
it's certainly
awful.
that's certainly no moral standard to base life on, is it? Right? You can't
No.
judge other people, therefore,
Yeah, but thank God he didn't create a worldwide volcano. He just created a flood.
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
you got to be
Yeah.
thankful.
Well, and the argument is that whatever God does is good. So it doesn't matter how awful it is. If God does it, it is good, because even if it is bad, there's ultimately going to be a good coming out of it.
Okay, so genocide.
So they
good.
can't lose. They can't lose, right?
Genocide's good. Slavery, good.
Exactly.
Unbelievable.
And until you come to grips with the fact that it's only humans and not God that's responsible for the way the world is, you'll never understand life as it ought to be.
What?
Sorry. What?
It's exactly backwards, in fact. Yeah.
And what are we supposed to exactly do about this? Are we just supposed to wish the Garden of Eden back, and we're not wishing it back hard enough? Right? I mean, what? We don't have the power to do that. It's a ridiculous thing to say, well, things aren't back to the Garden of Eden because it's our fault. Well, I don't see how we're supposed to do that.
Jesus is coming back. And he's coming back as a conquering king. He's not coming back as a baby. And you better be ready, because he's going to come, like the word says, is it like a thief in the night. Sorry.
Better watch out.
And all of your
better not
arguments,
try.
all of your
Better not pout. I'm telling
your
you why.
intellectual prowess. And,
Yahweh
all that stuff's
is
gonna mean nothing when you stand
coming
before
to
God
kill
in
you.
judgment. Just so we're clear, you won't be having a chance to put God on the defense. He's going to put you on
No,
the
I've
defense.
read it. It sounds pretty awful. There's going to be a big war, and Jesus army and Satan army, and of course they're going to lose, and Jesus is going to win. Of course, Jesus is also going to say many have been called, but few are chosen. So a bunch of you aren't getting in. And then he's going to say, those of you that didn't do all these things I told you to do, depart from me, for I never knew you. And they're gone and out of the deal too. A lot of you are going to be out of luck, to be honest. When you actually read that, to think that you're all in is not really what that book says.
If you're an atheist and you think you're going to be putting God on the defense. Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Why would God need a fence? Everything says he doesn't need fences.
Yeah.
Nobody's putting God on a fence.
I had to put up a fence for my dogs, but I mean,
Well, there you
I
go.
don't know why God needs defense. Football needs defense. Yeah, it's just, again, God is either petty or vengeful or so many things to describe other than good. Not seeing. Yeah, what do you call it? Mousy?
Yeah, mousy. Yeah.
We're mousy. That's what we are.
Yep.
Foolishness. I think you're going to put the creator of the cosmos on defense. How foolish can you be?
Oh, yeah.
But
No, you tell me.
it's my
brother.
prayer,
Yeah.
if you're an unbeliever, regardless, irrespective of your worldview, but mostly it's been a lot of atheists lately who have been swarming my YouTube.
Probably because you make videos calling atheists stupid.
Yeah, exactly.
maybe correlation there. Maybe cause and effect going on there, right?
Maybe name it something different other than atheism is stupid.
Well, that's Joe. Joe had to go around with somebody that said he didn't want him responding to his video or whatever. And of course, this guy puts out all these videos that are similar, that atheists are stupid and all this stuff. But I don't want anybody responding. It's like, well, why are you even putting them out then?
Yeah.
You're just talking to yourself. Okay. Hey, look, you do have the right to put out videos and turn off comments and not have any views and not have any subscribers and talk to yourself. Knock yourself out. There's nothing wrong with that. You're free to do it. Yeah, going after somebody who dared respond to one of your videos, it's like, gee whiz, knock it off already.
Channel, and that's why I've turned comments off, because it's the same nonsense repeated, rehashed, and saving everyone lots of time.
Here's a tip for you. When you turn the comments off, it makes people like me want to do a response video, because I didn't get to leave a comment. Mike knows that feeling, don't you, Mike?
Yep, I do. That irritates me. That's why I called Ananias a son of a bitch.
Yeah, I mean, he's turned it off because it's the same. He's turned it off because it's the same old comments. Well, I should probably tell you something. Maybe the arguments have got the same criticism.
Same old.
Well, he's going to say it's the same comments. You don't know what an atheist is, and you don't know what evolution is, and it's like, well, maybe you should get the hint, right?
Yeah.
That's what he doesn't like. He might say it here, and I'm not really sure, but he does say that's like the top things they just keep repeating. You don't know what an atheist is, and you don't know what evolution is, and he got tired of hearing it. Well, that's like if somebody kept telling me, Dave, you don't know what a microphone is, man. You keep talking about microphones. You do not know what a microphone is. I would say, damn, maybe I should look up what the fuck microphone is, right? Yeah. Maybe I'm wrong, right? Nope, never. I'm
not afraid of you. I just want you.
Not afraid of you either.
Yeah, I'm just saving everyone from wasted time. That's why I've turned comments off, and and it's interesting that atheists have gone to other videos that have nothing to do with atheism, and still insist on making comments on those because you're so
self-defense videos. Hey, if somebody's commenting on his self-defense videos about his atheist videos, I guess that's not cool, right? You should keep your comments on the videos, and if he turned them off, well, then you're out of luck. So I would have to agree. If they're talking on his other videos about his atheist stuff, that's probably not cool to do, right?
He had one video where he was saying why you should learn martial arts or something like that.
Yeah, maybe that's the one.
But why should you?
Can't.
Yeah, don't do that. I wouldn't do that.
Not, can you? But anyways, I don't have anything against atheists personally. My issue is with your philosophy.
Yeah, my philosophy.
Maybe with you, Mike.
and the fact that I want to lust after trees and shit like that, I don't know. He only has a problem with that.
Oh man, I'm gonna have second thoughts next time I go out in the yard and I see the trees.
Lust after trees.
My wife's gonna say, "Hey, spending an awful lot of time with those trees."
Yeah, we must have those trees.
I want to check your phone.
All these pictures of redwoods and
what's all these logs in your
big, long, stiff redwoods. And those shiny, smooth poplar trees, man. Those are the.
I hope trees are still hearing some of this. Love you, my brother. Hope you're doing good out there, by the way.
Because it's leading people to hell, and I don't want people
Stop
to go
wiping
there.
your
I don't want
nose.
to go there, but hell is a choice. You choose hell by rejecting God and not repenting between when you're born and when you pass. So,
man, he's making my nose itchy.
God doesn't want you to go to hell, but because He's given you and everyone else a way out of hell, which is the blood of Jesus and His righteousness. But He won't make you repent. He won't make you give up your pride and sin. You have to lay it down and say, I don't want this anymore. So, when I say I'm a Christian.
Oh my God, you stopped him right mid-nose.
That's what he deserves. It's what he deserves.
Oh, let me clip that.
And once again, a prideful and sinful, all this again, it just how many times has he said, and I've asked many believers this, what is it that you think I'm doing? You know, I've pointed out, and many other people have said it too, if I wanted to sin, I would become a Christian so I could get forgiven for it. Right?
Dave, you just gave me my thumbnail for his Evolution Sucks video.
You're welcome. Yeah, but that's the old joke that says, I wanted a bicycle, but I knew praying to God didn't work that way, so I stole one and asked for forgiveness. Right? Yeah. If you want to act up, you have grace, you have forgiveness. It doesn't make sense to reject that. It makes every sense to say, hey, I can still do this, and Jesus is going to forgive me. What a sweet deal, right? His argument that you want to not believe to get away with those things doesn't make any sense at all.
Did you see the mysterious microphone in your chat? Dave? You never really knew me, Dave.
You never really knew me, Dave. That's why.
The mysterious microphone.
Great comment. And yeah, this nose thing, I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and that you're not putting some up your nose, but I mean, try, blowing your nose. And they got some sinus sprays. If you haven't seen a doctor, maybe allergy or something, and maybe take care of it a little bit, before you get on camera, because hey, every once in a while, something blowing in the air, my eyes get watery and I get sneezy, and it happens to folks. Okay. But
I
wouldn't go on camera in the middle of a sneezing fit, right? Because my eyes are watering and, something might be coming out my nose and it doesn't look really good.
I'd feel really bad if this guy was a meth addict, actually.
Yeah, and I'm not making fun of any problems or anything. I'm making fun of the fact that you can take care of this issue and not have to have your finger up your nose the whole time you're doing a video that isn't really that long, And if
a little self-awareness and a little awareness of your audience and stuff like that, it just drives me crazy when people.
If there's not 20 minutes out of your day that you cannot pick your nose. You should probably see a doctor, right?
I don't think I'm better than anybody. As well as I've heard it quoted before, I'm not better than you. When I say I'm a Christian, I'm not saying I'm better than you. I'm saying I'm better than who I used to be.
There it is.
Yeah.
And
that makes me worrisome, right? It's like, because I don't like him now.
Well, there's that as well. But what I'm worried about is maybe before he also scratched his ass as well as picked his nose.
Hello, Beck. How you doing?
Worse. That would be worse.
We got Beck in the chat and the mysterious microphone. That's a great name. Good to have you here.
And that's what it's all about. I want to be better than who I used to be. So I'm always trying to become the better version of myself.
Well, try learning to edit videos, because that would make you a better person straight away.
Yeah, and I would appreciate, as I said, I had to edit out the pop at the beginning of every one of your videos where you turn on your microphone, cranked all up or whatever you're doing there. Okay, don't do that, okay?
God in Christ. That's my...
If he could do anything more annoying in any one of his videos, I'm sure he's going to manage a way to find what it is, because dang.
Aim. So my aim is, I have three main objectives for being on Twitter or social media in general, which is one is...
Here we go. This is why he's doing this, okay?
To glorify and exalt the Lord Jesus Christ.
Okay.
And the second is to, especially on Twitter,
fail.
To engage...
Yeah.
First one's a fail straight away.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think Jesus would care much for your attitude, but...
engage with fellow believers, and third is to reach the lost. And who knows? I have no idea if my videos are starting to crack through some atheists. I believe that the likelihood of that is high.
Okay, like if that's
There
what
you
he
go.
wants to do, I don't know. I mean, he's really trying to help us, and he's really seriously believes it. I guess I kind of feel bad for him.
And the thing with those punch in the fist thing, you know, but yeah, he punched that fist. He thinks the probability that these videos are getting through to atheists is high.
Wow.
Hello, BS. Good to see you. I got you, Joe. Welcome back, Joe.
Sorry, we had some technical difficulties here at the Den of Sin.
No problem.
The narcissism of that last statement, that he thinks he's doing it. I mean, I don't know if you're aware of some kind of idea about how powerful God is, but it's nothing to do with you, mate, if anyone comes to God. Let me just say that.
And let me just say that Saturday Night at the Atheist has come a long way. And to all the new folks that we've seen coming in the chat, I see 20 Minute in the chat. Hello.
Yeah, 20-minute no pick challenge.
Yeah, I like that name too. Oh, everybody coming through. Yeah, if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. And you'll also find channels in the description of the folks that are here with me, Mike at Answers in Atheism, and Simos and Joe at the Kentucky Atheist. Make sure you subscribe to them too. And folks in the chat, everybody, check out everybody else, BS Lewis and everybody, subscribe it around. Help everybody out. Stephanie Helms.
Well, give it up to Dave and Mike for making this what it is over a period of time. You guys have done this for a while and figured out the format and stuff and put on a good show. So thank you for doing it.
Thanks, Joe. And also, I wanted to announce too, don't forget the December 30th, that's in 2 days, which is Monday, I believe, at 7 p.m. Skeptic Spin is hosting a Thank You to Pragmatic Crystal.
Yeah.
All right.
And there's a link for that down in the description as well. So everybody stop by there. We're going to thank Crystal for being one of the best mods, and she deserves it. So make sure you're there, okay?
You know what? It's the mods that make this whole thing work right. It's they
sure.
The mods volunteer their time and put up with a lot of bullshit to make a peaceful place where people can feel safe and have difficult conversations.
And Rochelle, by the way, too, thank you as well. Rochelle's been dropping links for us this evening. Appreciate it very much, Rochelle. Thank you. Thank you.
I want to show you what my son bought me for Christmas. Dylan.
Can you show that?
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, there it is.
Is it in plain brown wrapping?
It's a journal. It's a journal, and it's got little.
Hold on, I gotta get your thing here. Here we go.
Okay, it's got little raccoon paw prints on it.
Oh, that's perfect.
That's super cool.
Isn't that awesome?
What a great gift.
Yeah, it's just really, really pretty.
I keep little journals like that to make notes in and stuff whenever I'm having conversations with idiots.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And we've gotten through 2 videos. We've gotten through 2 videos, gentlemen. 2 videos we've gotten through.
Whole videos.
Whole videos.
Look what else I got for Christmas. These are Post-it
Oh, yeah,
notes.
this is great. I love these things.
The Post-it notes, man. Pat of butter.
Post-it notes look like butter. That is neat.
Yeah. And they got me a Christmas ornament that looks like a stick of butter last year, because when I make potatoes, I put in 1 pound of butter per 4 pounds of potatoes. That's like 25% butter in my mashed potatoes. So I'm kind of famous for butters. And I'm still walking around on this fucking planet. Can you believe it?
Unbelievable.
Anyway,
just keep talking, gentlemen. I gotta getting a link here real quick.
I've got it if you want me to do it.
Can you drop the link for
Yeah, I got you.
Skeptic?
Go ahead, Dave.
Okay, appreciate
I've
it.
got it saved for Crystal or Skeptic Spin. Which one you want? Both.
Yeah,
I got both.
Hey, I got it. I got it here.
Okay. I
I got it here.
I will restrain myself then.
It was actually right on the top, believe it or not, where it should be when you're looking for something, believe it or not. Here you
I've got
go.
a page of panel saved.
There it is in the chat for Monday evening. Hope to see everybody there.
Justin does a lot of good stuff. Him and Mike put on a decent show.
Yeah, Justin's hosting it over there, so appreciate it. And you might be a surprise that goes on there too. I'm not going to give it away, but
oh really?
And he's talking about having some like a game night and stuff too. So sounds like a good time. Hello, Mike. We looking to debate atheists and stuff? Well, we're not much debaters. We're more of we talk to people, but that's not really what we're doing right now. But yeah, you can often catch us on where we're talking to folks. So after we've watched these two videos, and you've gotten a great impression of this fella, he also has this video called "Why Atheists Don't Like Me." So.
Oh, I haven't seen that one.
We've still got time, so I figured we might as well give it a look, eh?
What's going to be his tick in this video? What does he do for a tick? You got one wiping his nose, one clearing his throat. What's this one going to be? Scratching his ass.
Before we start on this, I only have one thing to say. By what standard is he judging like? Yeah, just saying.
Yeah.
Right.
That's it. That's all I got to say. Just I want to know the standard first. Otherwise, all this is going to be just whinging.
Oh, we got the butter. I make everything slide down easier. I love butter.
So this Mike Malzahn, I don't know who you are, but I love having conversations, not debates. Just conversations, and they interest me. I'm very interested in why people believe what they believe.
My email's on my channel, Captive Desk. My email's on there, and
mine's at the top of my channel.
Yeah, Mike's is there, and you can get a hold of Mike's link. It's at the bottom of my channel there. You're welcome to get a hold of us.
And subscribe to Answers in Atheism, because I'm really old and I'm going to die soon.
Subscribe to Answers in Atheism. We got to get him to 1,000 subscribers. It's been long overdue. Mike's got a lot of content over there. He's been doing it for a long time, and he's long overdue to get to 1,000 subs. So we got to get him up.
Going to quit feeding him if he can't get monetized.
Right. I've been telling people I'm going to die soon for years now.
and smaller channels like myself, I would also appreciate the subscription. And again, Joe and Simos, their channels are in the description as well. Show the love and subscribe around. Appreciate it. So let's see why atheists don't like him, in case we haven't figured it out already.
It's the nose thing, man. It's the I'm curious.
Maybe it's not what I think.
It's not the nose thing.
Friends,
it's things like that. Things like that. No, like start a video, right? Yeah. Start a video. If you make a mistake or it's a bad intro, just redo it. Press stop and restart it. You don't have to go, I'm just going to carry on.
You know, that when I first started making videos, there was a lot of pressure on myself when I was recording not to screw up. And then it suddenly dawned on me, I can screw up all I want to, and I can just go, okay, start over from, and then you just start back in with that sentence, and you go back and you clip it out. It's amazing. It's amazing. And it takes so much pressure off, because
I'm definitely my own toughest critic for sure.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about screwing up. And if something happens, you screw up a word, or you sneeze or cough or whatever, just go, okay, scratch that, leave a little blank spot so you can see it in your recording easily, and start right back in where you messed up. It's that simple. It really is.
I'll never wonderful too. the time I did Saturday Night at the Atheist, and I decided to step away from the computer and let Leo and Danny take the floor. And if it hadn't been for editing, holy shit! When I came back, it's like, what in the hell? What just happened here? You wouldn't believe where it went. There was something about a swing, and I don't know.
Yeah, Mike. Mike says he's an atheist. We're here every Saturday, Mike.
The funny thing is, Mike, I know that story. I do know that story, and I understand now.
Yeah, it's the last time I ever did that.
Oh well.
And it's the nose thing is here.
Yeah. Okay. So anyway,
hey, I'm here.
Already, we've got one reason why we don't like him. His video starts are awful, absolutely awful.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we make fun of his nose because the substance is nothing.
It's, well, like I say, you can accommodate it. Even if you have a chronic issue, you can do things. And like I say, there's sprays, there's medication.
Yeah.
All these, take a good hot shower, clean yourself out. You should be able to be clear. Even if you're sick, you should be able to get yourself clear for a few minutes, right?
Mm-hmm. That's more charitable than I'd be here, but
yeah. I again, for me, it's the nose. Nothing to do with why I dislike him. Just saying that. For me, there's a lot worse things than that.
Yeah, if you're standing on your head, you're making a bad argument. You're still making a bad argument.
I mean, I'm fat and I still make videos.
Yeah, I'm old.
Yeah, Dave's old as fuck.
I know. Can't believe how fucking old I am. It's unbelievable.
I call him a youngster.
Yeah.
I'm so old I can't remember how old I am.
I know. Sometimes I do. I have to think about it. When you have to think about how old you are, it's like, dang, man, I am that old.
Yeah, I got past that stage ages ago. I can't even remember now.
I'm just going to quit thinking about it.
He still makes good content.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jim Bob can't talk about me without talking about old balls and old this and old that. It's like, Jesus Christ.
They love you over there.
Jim Bob doesn't have a spine.
Mike's the only one that doesn't get blocked. They like him over there.
I know they do like me. They do love me.
Yeah.
Well, they animated. Did everybody see Mike's animation?
Yeah, that was funny.
You can tell. You can tell how much they love me because every time I go on, they start talking about my balls.
You got your animation. You get your animation handy there, Mike. We'll show a clip of it real quick if you got it handy.
Oh, that is impressive.
Briefly,
I'll see if I can find
this video is why I think that a lot of people don't like me. Now, the reason I think that a lot of people, I don't really think it's the fact that people don't like me so much as two things.
No, it is.
They don't like the.
No, it's.
It definitely is.
I mean, your views are shit, obviously, but that's not. No, it's you. It's you.
Character of me that they've created in their minds, like this one fool said on Twitter. He thinks that I'm conceited.
Narcissistic. Yeah, definitely narcissistic.
Yeah.
You think you're the one bringing people to Christ? Narcissistic, yes.
Well, of course, it's all ad hominem to him instead of maybe it's constructive criticism, right?
Obtuse.
Yes, you are. Definitely.
Really? I'm not
Obtrusive,
sure about that.
Obtrusive, so I don't know.
Obtuse.
Easily forgettable. I think that's the most.
Violent. What else did he
You're
say?
not violent, no.
Well, he does like to smack his fist and stuff.
Well, that's not violent, though, is it? The only thing I can see violent about him is his receding hairline.
Probably arrogant, insulting.
Arrogant, yes. Insulting, definitely. Add-ons galore here.
Crap that, most atheists think that I am, that I'm not. So.
Oh, well, you just did all those things.
Oh, lack of self-reflection. Okay. We're just going to add another one.
Yeah, and calling names, and you just did all that. You title your videos that, calling people names.
I mean, honestly. Oh dear.
Again, so they either dislike the character of me that they've created in their mind, which isn't the real me, or they don't like themselves. Like, someone who say that I'm ugly, and then it's ironic that the two people who have said that I'm ugly.
I like his logic. It's either you or me.
Yeah. And two people said he was ugly.
Oh dear.
Oh no. You know what? There's somebody for everybody. Okay.
But like I said earlier, I don't like you, so I hope your mother does. Because
yeah, I kind of don't.
I'm sure moms think you're quite handsome. So
yeah,
he keeps projecting his lustful thoughts onto me. That's one of the reasons I don't like him on other atheists. Right. I don't care.
Yeah, Mike. We're not having an open tonight. It's getting
late.
Later on in the stream already, but we're here every Saturday and we open it up. Quite often we open it up. So welcome back. Any Saturday, we'll get you on. Okay.
I got my gift from Jim Bob queued up. You don't have to play.
Yeah, and we have to put Mike to bed. He's a boomer. So,
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. Appreciate the subscription. And every Saturday we're here, same bat time, same bat channel.
I just go to sleep during the stream. Hell with it, Dave.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. I got news for you youngsters. I've been up since 1969.
I bet you have.
Oh dear.
Baby, it's you.
You're supposed to call a doctor
Hello?
after 4 hours, Mike.
Yeah.
Mike,
A couple of different interpretations of that.
Face only a mother could love.
Oh, is that how that works?
See, there he just said it. Got a face only a mother could love. See, there's
I knew
mom's always loves you. I miss my mom. When your mom's gone, you don't know how much you miss your mom until they're gone. You really don't.
He's got a face.
Always there. He's your biggest fan and everything. You miss that.
He's got a face that I would expect coaching Little League.
Okay.
and then gets in trouble.
Oh my goodness.
No, yeah, he's lusting after those Little Leaguers.
Like, I'm not conceited, but I know I'm.
Yeah, you are.
Yes, you are.
That's just being honest with myself.
Yeah.
You're definitely conceited.
I'm not conceited, but I know I'm handsome.
Yeah, if you utter the phrase "I'm not conceited," then
you know how people say it's not you, it's me. Yeah, in this case, it's you.
It's you. It's you. You can't blame this one. You can't blame this one on the dog.
No.
It's unbelievable.
Not conceited. That's confidence.
Confidence. Of course.
Hold on a second. So with the content this guy makes, and I've seen a lot of his content, he is one of the most hateful, bigoted, asshole people in that niche area. He talks awful about the LGBTQ community. He talks awful about atheists. He talks awful about theists that don't agree with him. Like, what is he talking about? That's why people don't like you. You're an asshole piece of shit.
Tell him, Joe.
Although you say that, maybe it's just confidence, Joe.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or dog shit. Could be dog shit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Maybe it's confident dog shit.
Hey, I hear you, Mice. Of course, there's always exceptions, and that's terrible and everything.
And that's not even mentioning the meth habit. Like,
everybody should have a great mom. The world should just be that way. And again, God didn't make it that way. Then that's a crying shame, because everybody should have a good mom. You should. Yeah. You need that. Mom's always your biggest fan. If you're the kid that never got a hit, it doesn't matter. Mom's there rooting you on. You know what I mean? Mom is always there for you. Mom tells you you're handsome, and mom tells you you're gonna, things are gonna be okay, and mom kisses your boo-boos and makes them all better. Moms.
It's
moms
not
are
our
great.
fault his mom dropped him. Like, that's not our problem.
No. No, that's true.
I just got to say, if this guy were one of the three wise men, he would have been the one giving the present of myrrh. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, oh, I think that all women will be flaunting at me, or no, I don't think like that.
Oh, you don't. I'm surprised. I'm surprised you don't think like that. Actually, with such a handsome receding headline as that, and such an amazing, like nasally clean nose.
Denial isn't just a river in Africa.
Yeah, and especially, I mean, let's face it, all the ladies love someone with small ears.
Yeah.
Very small ears.
And
you either need better lighting or you need to put a compress on your eyes, because one or the other, you look like Batman.
Oh dear.
Attracted to me, which is rather obvious to me. Though I think that all women
3 in a row.
Are
it's the magic 3.
Do I think that all women want to be with me? No.
So,
I'm not.
Okay.
About women again for?
I think he's got women problems.
Oh no! Tell me more.
Yeah, some women want him and some don't. So at least he's real. At least he's realistic.
Has he shown him his ninja skills?
Perhaps that means that he is single.
Is that what's in that video about why you should do martial arts to pick up women?
Yeah, he's got muscles, baby.
Oh. I got a muscle for him.
Ice, baby. Doom, 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 doom.
Well, he's made it clear that that's a sin.
Which is fine. Like, there's a lot of women I don't want to be with, even if I would find them physically attractive.
Really?
Pick on women. Oh, we're awful picky, aren't we?
Yeah.
Beggars can't be choosers, buddy.
No doubt.
You won that one.
That's it. The other thing I think that, so when I see atheists.
Oh, I thought he was going to go on about women there.
Tag me on.
No, he's going to atheist here.
For my air drumming or.
Air drumming.
Oh my God.
This is what I've been waiting for all evening.
What a catch. What a catch.
He's air drumming in his videos.
Ladies.
Why does he do? Why?
Well, I tell you why, Mike. He's not talented enough to play air guitar.
Yeah.
That is something that never occurred to me to get on YouTube.
Wait, he's got an explanation for it. Wait, here.
How did you miss this, lady?
Wait, here it goes. Wait.
Also, that I enjoy myself. I think the reason a lot of people don't like me is because they're such miserable sons of bitches that, pardon my French, that I think they just, when they see me enjoying myself, and one of the reasons I do air drumming is, or self-defense is something
or
physical,
self-defense.
right? So
air drumming or self-defense? What the
relaxes my mind and calms me down. And
his nose is attacking.
Stress reliever, and it's a lot of fun.
Haven't never thought about buying a real drum kit then, no?
There you go.
No.
It makes him feel good to air drum.
That's fair enough. I don't mind that. I mean,
he needs meth money.
I think everybody's air drummed at one time or another,
Sure.
I don't think I ever have. No, never.
Oh, put on Phil Collins or something. You won't be able to help yourself.
I dance, but I don't air drum for.
I actually bought something called air drums. I don't know if you've heard of those, but they're not that good. They're not that good.
Are they imaginary drums? Or?
No, they're real drumsticks, and you just don't need drums. They're digitally sensitive.
Digital, yeah.
They're not very good. They're not very good.
The air drumming is fine, but the hubris to think that it's entertaining and people want to watch it, and then to say they just don't like me because they're miserable. My air drumming is actually fucking great.
Yeah.
What?
Hey, I air drum, I air guitar, I headbang, I do it in the car. I don't care if a good tune is on.
No, Joe's got a point here.
Enjoy yourself. Enjoy yourself. Yeah.
It's up there. His standard of air drumming. You should see.
Okay,
he practices.
If you ever want to headbang, if you ever want to headbang, put on New Radicals. I think you've been brainwashed too. I think that's the video. It's about the greatest headbanging video ever.
Did you find your video, Mike?
Yeah, it's queued up. So
Go ahead there. Let's check it out real quick.
Okay. We don't want to watch
while we're all laughing, anyways.
Philosophy. Here we go. How your tiny brain cannot understand this. Isn't that awesome? Animals make squeaky noises at one another. This is called language. One kind of squeak is about truth. If I squeak at my kid and ask him if he put the garbage out to the curb, he will squeak back that yes, the garbage is put to the curb. This is the concept of truth for animals. Now, if my kid squeaks at me and asks, so if God is in the cloud sphere, I squeak back that no, this is not true. There you go, Bob. Answer this one. Isn't that great? Jim Bob did this for me. Fantastic
Beautiful.
thing. And just for like, oh shit, where's that? I mean,
and we're not promoting the clown. We can't stand him. He's an idiot. He's a piece of shit. And you're all making me cuss talking about him.
But he made me so happy, and that was like right
But
before
this video is freaking hilarious. I'm sorry, it's freaking hilarious.
Yeah. Thank you, Jim Bob. He did that for me. I appreciate that. You even got the spitting right, you know.
Oh, it's great. It's he, we think it's great. He thinks he's hurting our feelings or something. He's not. We think it's great.
That's going to be my intro video, and
Mike's going to make it his intro video. So choke on it, right?
Reason that a lot of people will make fun of me is simply because they don't like themselves. They're ugly, and they want to attack me, who is. Oh my! Come on! Again, I'm not conceited, but it's pretty obvious that he's awesome.
He's pretty hot.
Yeah, it's pretty obvious. Yeah,
it's pretty obvious. I'm handsome.
Did he just say?
Yeah,
I'm handsome. Did he just say I'm not conceited, but I'm handsome?
Yeah, that's what he said. It's pretty obvious as well. It's not just like I might be handsome or I think I'm handsome. No, it's obvious objectively.
The big dick energy that this guy puts out is undeniable, folks. Just like God in Romans in the Bible.
Wow.
His mama didn't tell him that there are some thoughts that you keep in your head.
Yeah.
Just keep them in your head. Don't put them on YouTube.
I'm not gay, and I'm not apologizing for not being gay, but I'm this is not what I would consider a good looking guy.
Yeah, I'm not attracted.
There are guys that I will say, wow, that's a good looking guy, and I would never picture this guy as one of them. All right.
Also, kids, if your mother has to tell you that you're handsome repeatedly through your childhood, chances are you're not. Okay, just to say, chances are you're not handsome. Just
you know what? Yeah. You know what he totally misses though is it wouldn't matter if this guy was the most beautiful man on the planet. I mean, sure he would pull.
It might help though.
It might help, but he is ugly on the inside. He's an asshole. He's
right.
He's just not a good person, and nobody wants to be around you because of that. It's not because of the way you look. It's because of who you are and how you act.
We had a customer one time was talking about he was paying for 7 alimonies, right? And he was talking about, this and that, and then going on down the list and everything. And all I'm thinking in my head is common denominator, motherfucker.
Those damn women, man. 7 of them.
7 of them couldn't stand living with him, right?
Damn.
I'm intelligent, and then you get that fools say that I'm demeaning toward
no,
women.
You're not.
Well, just because I said that I think pretty much guys just want 3 things mostly from women: a woman who will feed us, encourage us, and support us. No, I'm not saying that women should be the only ones who.
That's all you want from women? Feed us, encourage us, what?
It's probably how he worded it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it kind of sounds.
It's more like that's all you're good for, right? I think that's probably what he got in trouble for.
Sounds like he's got a bit of an Oedipus complex really going on there, but
I don't think what he said there was really all that awful. So I'm guessing that's not how he said it. Dang it! That thing is. They need a bigger button there. I'm telling you, they need a bigger button right there. It's too easy to mess up there. Ding, ding, ding it.
3 things, mostly from women. A woman who will feed us, encourage us, and support us.
Wow, did I nail that or what?
That women should be the only ones who should feed us.
At least somebody nailed something.
I nailed it good.
Wait a minute. Women feed us? You can't.
I cook. I don't know.
I cook.
My wife isn't feeding me, so I don't know what he's talking about.
My second wife, my first wife couldn't boil water for a damn, and my second wife did all the cooking.
Yeah, my wife can cook.
Up water, man. She made
my wife can cook.
She fucked it up. She started.
My wife can cook. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that I like to cook. So
I've got a funny short story related to that. I dated this girl for a number of years, and I had cooked and I've worked in kitchens since I was a kid, and I was boiling some water to boil some potatoes in, and she walked in the kitchen, and I said, "Hey, babe, will you check and see if that water's boiling yet?" And a couple minutes later, I look in the kitchen, and she's standing there just looking at the water. And I said, "What are you doing?" And she said, "How do you tell if it's boiling?"
Oh, no. Okay.
Step away from the stove.
Okay, my son, one of my twins, when he was 35 years old, he asked me, "Dad, could you show me how to flip an egg?" And I'm like, holy shit, did I fuck up as a parent?
Yeah. No, probably not.
Jesus.
Relationship, those are the kind of things that couples need to articulate, communicate, and work out for between each other, and however they decide it, that's up to them. But I'm just saying that guys like to be fed, and we definitely need encouragement and to be encouraged and supported.
What the
guys like to be fed.
It depends what you're feeding me, but okay.
You got to keep me a woman that lusts after. And he lusts after the woman while she's sitting there at the stove feeding him.
I know Sumami just wants to tell him, make yourself your own damn sandwich.
Yeah, exactly.
Now you go.
Yeah, that's the thing. This guy's probably literally starving because no woman's there to make him something to eat. It's like, come on, dude. Come on.
Okay, and this is a video that's kind of meant to make people like him.
Yeah. No, this is why we don't like him.
Oh, why we don't like him.
So we're just going to agree.
How can you
this
not
is
like
a gimme.
Sexy piece of starving man meat?
Yeah, I mean at this point,
he's so handsome.
At this point,
sexy piece of starving man meat. I got to write this shit down.
At this point, not only do I dislike him, I also dislike his mother.
Yeah,
it's extending generations, just like your Bible.
Encouraging him.
She doesn't swallow when told to.
Right.
Of course,
starving man meat.
Golden rule: if you want to be encouraged. If you want to be supported, support. Be supportive yourself. If you want to be fed, then feed. So I'm not saying don't reciprocate it, but I'm just saying, guys are pretty simple. A supportive, encouraging wife will make your man feel like $1 million. And vice versa. I mean, a woman needs to be encouraged and supported too. Don't kid yourself. I
didn't get laid for like 3 months after the last time I ignored her.
You'll learn quick, won't you?
Don't kid yourself, guys.
Don't kid yourself.
Relationships are a two-way thing.
I schedule my sexual experiences like they're doctor's appointments or something.
Yeah, exactly.
After you're married for a while.
Hey, we're running 15 minutes behind. There's a $25 late fee.
Yeah.
Thursday at 9:30. Get here 15 minutes early if you want the foreplay.
Parenting in the 21st century.
Yeah.
Oh, you are a
So the
funny
thought of
fucker.
it is beautiful. Yeah, so that's the case too, obviously. But again, going back to the main, I got a little sidetracked here, but the main point of this video is I just want to simply say that I think that a lot of atheists make fun of me simply because they are miserable. Now, I've seen an atheist make fun.
I'm just so miserable. I mean,
has nothing to do with them being
what you're saying.
Has nothing to do with them being a sexist piece of shit.
Yeah.
You know,
I mean, I'm miserable, but that's not related to you being a piece of dog shit. Like,
yeah, and here's the thing, my dude. Okay,
I love it.
Take this to heart. Okay, and a lot of us relate that we've put a lot of time and effort into making videos where we debunk and review people and take apart their claims. Okay, none of that effort is required with your videos. All right. None whatsoever. I could just sit here and laugh at how absurd your stuff is. I didn't take any notes or anything when I was watching your videos, and usually I do. That's how weak I found your videos to be.
there's low hanging fruit, and then there's the rotten apple laying on the ground. You know, like.
Well, I figured we'd end the year right here. You know, we've done about 15 weeks, I think now, or something like that, of Saturdays here. And yeah, we've been doing it for a while now. We've been doing them, yeah, and lots of folks have been watching. We appreciate everybody stopping through, and again, a like goes a long way, much appreciated. If you're not subscribed, subscribe and leave a comment. Comments go a long way too for anybody's channel. If you watch their video, just put a hi in the comments. Okay, it helps everything so much with the algorithm and everything. Doesn't cost you anything, and everybody appreciates it, from the small channels to the big channels.
Yeah, if you want to support, especially smaller channels, like and subscribe, share the video, leave a comment. You know, interact with those creators. And
I do that all the time, even for these guys, even for people as bad as he is. I do that.
Sure.
Yeah. And also, ladies, if you've been unable to control yourself during this particular video, please leave a big
man meat.
Please leave a big thumbs up, because we know that's what you're doing.
I mean, we know that you're sopping wet from watching this piece of sexy dog shit man meat here, but like
sexy piece of starving man meat.
And if you find a consensual tree, you know, my blessings.
Yeah, consensual tree is what we need. A sweet little slim popple tree is what I like.
Yeah. And remember, it's all in the name of Jesus.
That's right.
One of his demonstrations, Richie, is his handle on is at BXMMA. That's his Twitter handle, and he made a demonstration, and some moron said something stupid. I'm not even gonna repeat it. It was just so dumb. It made a moronic comment. And then
can't even remember what it was.
I'm going to bring something up and ramble on about it, and I'm not even going to mention it because it was so dumb.
I got an idea.
Dude, this is why you need to make notes before you do a video.
Let's set up an MMA fight between him and Austin Sims.
Yeah,
Austin's ready. Hello, Austin.
Yeah.
I know Austin's geared up and ready. He was telling stories that he's got scars and everything from doing fights, so you better watch out there.
It'll be hard to fight him because you'll be so hard from how sexy he is, but I think you can wear him out because he hasn't been fed in years.
He's too sexy for his sweat jacket.
Yeah. Too sexy for my jacket. Ooh, ooh.
Oh, the other thing he does with his videos is he goes to Starbucks where you can hear all this background chatter and stuff.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he sits at Starbucks and videos himself.
He's
and sometimes
videographer.
Okay, some of his earliest videos, he went to Starbucks and turned the camera on and just sat there making weird faces at the camera for 10 minutes.
He was waiting on a woman to feed him.
And he published that video. And it's like, you got to look at some of his earlier videos before he learned that you have to talk in order.
Nobody's feeding me.
Yeah,
he
that's
still
what it
hasn't
is.
learned. I told you, he doesn't turn his mic on, everything. He turns everything on. His mic goes click and pop. And then he clears his throat and everything. And then he starts talking. And it's like, dude, you got that shit all out of order, my dude.
Sometimes he doesn't even bother to start talking. He just fucking
I have to clear my throat. You know what's handy? It's this little mute button right here.
Button.
You click that and then you didn't hear me clear my throat. See, wasn't that nice? Wow, amazing.
I mean, unfortunately, there's not a no meth pop button, but like, you know,
Like I have a chronic COPD.
You can make one out of a tree.
right?
I have a chronic COPD cough, and occasionally I can't. I will cough on screen, but 99 times out of 100, I hit the mute button.
Between him and trees, I can't concentrate.
I know.
Well, and live is one thing. Things happen. I mean, people sneeze and stuff. Obviously, things happen. It's but if you're going to publish a video, you can edit it. See, I now right there, I could have edited that out. Right? See, it's that simple.
Yeah.
Okay.
And YouTube, no excuse, because YouTube even gives you a little edit tool. So as long as there's one little thing, you can take it out right there in YouTube.
How do you delete a single frame of this sexiness, though? I mean, like,
Yeah,
really?
exactly.
Really,
Exactly.
I don't know.
The starving man meat is just so precious.
It'd be a crime against God, surely.
Yeah, I know. I hope my wife isn't watching this video because she might be
There you go. You
might be leaving me as we speak. Right?
Breathing hard, man.
busy night tonight, then, Dave. Oh,
Breathing hard, and then she'll walk outside and she'll see a tree.
She's not
Oh,
watching.
no.
I told her to listen to the radio on the way home.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, if there's somebody out there who doesn't have a life, you should go through that first video and count how many times he touches his nose. Because I'd like to know what the count is. I'm guessing 27.
Don't make it a drinking game. We'll get in trouble for people ODing.
Make a supercut of him just touching his nose like 600 times.
All you really have to do is just speed this up real fast.
Yeah, that would work too.
Hey guys, I always hate it when you play drinking games because I'm a sober alcoholic, but now I can just swallow a mushroom every time and you guys
that works.
Yeah, well, there's alternatives. You can spark one up. You can hit the vape, or you can just have a drink of your tea or your pop or something and just play along. That's all good.
Yeah, I like the idea of popping a mushroom in.
I do have a bingo card. Deconverted Man made a bingo card. One of these nights when it's applicable, we'll pull out the bingo card and we'll play along with a video. But it needs to have it needs to be applicable. But yeah, I do have that. So upcoming, we'll have a bingo card night. We'll do that for fun too.
Don't put out free pizza for the MMA fighters before the match. That's just insane.
Well, I mean, if there's no women there to feed them,
I suppose, yeah. How would they eat for a woman to feed? And how would they
sit in Starbucks all day?
How would they get in a ring without a woman to encourage them and tell them how handsome they are?
that's what the ring girls are for.
Yeah.
Idiot.
Anyway,
I'm still trying to get the image out of my mind of him just sitting there in Starbucks waiting to be fed.
Yeah. You know that ASPCA ad where they play the sad music and have the dogs looking at the camera? That's what he's doing. He just forgot the music because he's stupid.
Oh man. Oh, my eyes are watering. I need a drink.
I got plenty more.
Oh, you guys are always enjoyable to hang out with. Fucking hilarious.
We love hanging out with you, Dave.
I love you, man.
Yeah, if you were just a bit better looking, Dave.
I know. I got the voice for radio and sadly the face too.
Well, I wouldn't say that. I'm just looking at this guy.
My mother said I was handsome, though.
I'm just looking at this guy on screen thinking, oh, if only we were all like that.
Yeah, to be quite honest, I truly am going through a difficult time, and this has been very, very helpful and a good outlet, and I've had a good time laughing with you guys, and I appreciate all of you.
Hey, I hope for a few minutes, you could get a breather there, Joe. Our hearts go out to you. It's always tough when there's a death in the family, and there's no words, but I want you to know that we all love you, and love to the family and to Laura and everything too. I know it's a difficult time.
Everybody's been really great and really nice and said a lot of nice things, and I appreciate all of you.
Taekwondo, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and has had 12 years of training in Muay Thai.
Ooh.
He, in all likelihood, is not someone you would want to mess with. He would probably beat the living shit out of most people. I mean, he could. Okay. Richie could beat the living shit out of most people on this planet one-on-one.
So he knows somebody that's really tough. So do I. I think everybody does, right?
I'm impressed. I wouldn't want to meet this guy and his nose in a dark alley.
Well, obviously there are people that are much better fighters than other people, but I'm not advocating anybody get violent or anything. I do support that if you have the desire to get hit in the nose and really know what it feels like, there are places you can go and you can get into a ring and somebody will punch you in the nose and let you know how it feels, and you can get it out of your system if that's really what you want. Okay.
That said, but he wouldn't, of course. I mean, he teaches it, and Richie's not a guy. That's one thing you learn in martial arts and self-defense is only to use it if you have to. And the majority of times you're going to be using martial arts is just going to be on the mat or by yourself training. So again, back to the point, I think that people make fun of me because they're jealous of me, so they're projecting. So when people call me stupid or arrogant or insulting.
Now we're jealous because he does karate and air drumming.
Yeah. Yep. and he sits at Starbucks looking at a camera for 10 minutes.
Well, he didn't say, hey, you're jealous of me because I live in this huge house in the hills and I've got this fancy car and I got all this bling. No, he looks like, just Joe Average sitting there in his garage with a sweat jacket on. And it's like, I'm not jealous. I mean,
no,
I might be a little jealous of somebody that has a big house and a fancy car and everything. I mean, I think everybody, would like to have that, but I don't think you got it going on like that.
It's not karate, Tsunami. He is a fucking ninja. Okay, like
He's a ninja.
Quit hating him.
That's what the dark circles are around his eyes. It's from wearing that ninja outfit, and and he gets windburn around his eyes because he moves so fast.
Make my icon big for just a second. Everybody got to see this.
Make you big.
Make me big. Yeah. Make me big again. Isn't he cute? Isn't that cute?
Yeah.
Is that Snacks?
No, that's not my kitty. That's somebody else.
Oh, that's not your kitty.
That's a cute kitty. Anyway, I found it on YouTube.
How is Snacks?
Oh, Snack has no brains. Snack is trying to figure out.
Snack has no brains.
He's trying to figure out how Windows work. He doesn't understand Windows at all. He doesn't get it. He's just like, how the hell do you do that? Like, he understands walls, but not Windows. I don't know. And he doesn't understand.
No Windows.
He's very confused that I have two when I feed him.
It's because he's not rational.
He's not rational. He's always looking at the wrong hand. But I love him anyway, even though
obtuse or
knows what a mouse he is, though.
It's just all bullshit. I know it's bullshit. That's why I don't take it seriously. I'm just trying, I guess, and again, too, the rates of depression, obesity, anxiety, and porn and video game addiction for your garden variety atheist on the internet is through the roof.
What? Video game addiction? Are you kidding?
This sounds like Hovind, where he's, oh, you're just all sitting around playing video games in your mom's basement nonsense. And it's like, first of all, my mom is gone. And second of all, when we were kids, we had a basement, but she didn't live in a house with a basement for a long time. I don't have a house with a basement, so there's no basements. Joe's in the basement. But he's in Kentucky, so you got to be in the basement. No, that's southeast Ohio. That's where Trees is at. He's in the trees.
Yeah.
We got all the areas covered here.
Lucky him. Huh.
By the way, I posted that little kitty video for anybody who wants to watch the short on the kitty.
A titty video.
Kitty.
Oh.
Kitty.
Oh. Okay.
Where did you go with that? Where did you go with that?
Not quite as good, but it'll work.
Hey, Joe, see the titties or pussies?
Yeah.
Meow.
Kitties, pussies, whatever.
That's a kitty video.
Trees. Nature.
So, someone who's addicted to porn, like, seriously, name one.
Oh, really? Seriously?
No, seriously.
Well, I mean, whenever you think the crocodile hunter is porn, I guess, like,
Look, let me give you a tip. When you start to chafe, stop. Right? There you go.
Okay, I'm going to give this asshole, I need to give him a tip. He's making this video because atheists hate him. And then at the end of the video, he does what? Like, okay, don't do that anymore, and atheists won't give you shitty comments.
I mean, he thinks David Attenborough does porn. Like,
well, if you're watching too much porn, you're doing it the wrong way. Okay, there should be an end game to it, right? There's, you know what I'm saying? There's either the solo end game, or there's the group end game where you kind of check it out for a minute and then you go, hey baby, right? Then you kind of don't need that
can
anymore.
You put your leg like that, you think?
I can try.
One good thing atheism has produced. Nothing.
Atheism isn't responsible for producing anything.
I got excited for a moment. I thought, I've done something good. Oh, fantastic.
Atheists are not responsible for doing anything. It's
such a tease.
Now, and besides, this is not true once again, because there are atheists who do things. There are atheists that contribute to societies around the globe doing many different types of jobs. So
that's
this is just, it's false.
Well, also, not the least.
I'm not Roman.
Because only nobody can do nothing. So if atheists do anything, it's got to be something. Because you can't do nothing. I mean, that's just...
Well, we all came from nothing. That's what we believe.
Nothing.
I'm scratching my head trying to figure out why atheists don't like this guy.
Yeah.
It is perplexing.
Or women. Or men.
Yeah, or anybody.
Especially when his mom said he's handsome. I mean, the ladies should be tripping over themselves.
I guess he's not too popular with Starbucks employees either.
Yeah, it's not the pile of dead cats in the corner, I promise.
Don't look in the chest freezer.
Yeah.
Name one good thing theism has produced. But what have we done with it? Like hospitals, charities, shelters, wells.
The list goes on.
Wells?
Wars, witchcraft, witch burning.
Hang on a minute. Just stop that. He said wells.
Yeah.
Wells? Yeah.
Both times.
I didn't know that. I don't know that's where wells came from.
There's a lot of obvious reasons, because the churches were in power. The churches had the money. The churches had people that they had extra time on their hands where they could get educated, where the working man had to work and 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 work.
Okay, try this. Try this.
So
the churches had to have an excuse for all the people giving them money.
This brings me to my favorite Christopher Hitchens quote, and destroys everything he's saying at the same time. So tell me what it is that you as a theist, or Christians in general can do that I as an atheist cannot do. Tell me what it is that you can do that being a Christian makes you capable of doing that I cannot, and that atheists do not. because atheists do all those things too. Like
it's just a size of scale because so many people were religious. So of course the church had a lot more power. And earlier today, Bree was covering a really farm out channel. I mean, this guy had some really wild ideas.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, Joe.
I mean, some pedophiles donate to charity. What's the point? Like, you're very, very fallacious. He needs to look up them fallacies again.
Yeah, but this guy couldn't fathom that people could build these buildings, right?
Without God.
And it had to be the supernatural thing or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
The mud fossil nonsense. I don't know. It was really deep or something. But you can give credit to people for doing things.
Well, I mean, there's not a good thing that Christians do in the name of God that atheists can't do without it. But there's plenty of horrible things that they do in the name of God that a believer simply can't do because
and as atheist groups grow larger, as there are more atheists, they give larger amounts to charity and stuff. The atheist organizations do charity work. It's just a matter of numbers. Of course, if you have billions of people versus millions, you're going to be able to raise more money. It's not a good argument. It's just stating the obvious. You have more people giving you money. That's all.
You ought to check out how much charity the ACA or the atheist community in Austin, I think, does for the homeless people and everybody, and they have tons of charity events down there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, don't get me wrong. It's wonderful that a lot of churches take part in charity in their community and stuff, but they should. They don't pay any taxes to help maintain that community. They should do those things. They have tons of money. Space.
And there's a lot of channels too that are like independent news channels and stuff. The weather channels. Yeah. They raise money for people after disasters and stuff. And I've noticed a lot of them don't have a religious leaning.
I'll tell you what, if I get to pass the plate every Sunday and people fill it up, I'll give my money away too.
Well, here's what this implies, though. It implies that the only reason you do those things is because you're a Christian, and if that's the case, you're truly a piece of shit. If you think that being a Christian and believing in God is the only way that you can be capable of helping your fellow man, then you've got more serious problems than we've talked about so far.
Yeah, and nobody's doubting the obvious. Obviously, a lot of hospitals are named Saint this and that, right?
No.
Yes, they built a lot of hospitals and everything and stuff. However, we've talked before, though, that doesn't mean you get a pass on a lot of the problems that are going on, and that not just the history, but the things that are still going on that are big problems. You don't get a pass on that just because you did build a hospital or an orphanage, things like that.
Well, if the churches are taking credit for building the hospitals, I think atheists should take credit for building the bars.
There you go. Then they're not allowed in. So we won't go in the churches. You can't go in the clubs.
You want social cohesion.
Yeah.
No dancing.
Yeah. You want
no romancing.
There's like 6 hospitals here. They're all named after Catholic stuff.
Oh, yeah.
The Mayo Clinic, I think, was started by a Catholic church or something originally, and
we've got
saved my life.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's just stating the obvious. They had all the money to do that. I mean,
yeah. I mean, we've got Our Lady of Bellefonte, King's Daughters, St. Mary's. I mean, every one of them's named after some Catholic crap.
And there was a bit of arrogance involved in it. When they built those, as Bree mentioned earlier today, they would bring in all the artisans and everything because everybody wanted to make the fanciest building, and they spent a lot of money on it that wasn't necessary to just build a building, let's say, right? So that shows again the extravagance of how much money they had to spend on these places.
If you have an ideology that is organized and has as many followers as Christianity does, and you don't do anything effective, I mean, you're the only thing you're less effective than is the God that you believe in. Like I mean, I just think this is one of the silliest things they go into is like, oh, Christians, we do good things.
Yeah, okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Let's take a poll right now. Does anybody have a problem with Christians building a hospital?
No.
No, we don't have a problem with that. What we have a problem with is if you tell a certain group of people they can't come in the hospital.
Yeah, right.
That's what we have a problem with. That's all, right?
We build a hospital, so you're a piece of shit. Like,
do these good things. Do these good things. Why do you have to mess it up by,
opening your fucking mouth?
Yeah, starting trouble all the time. You can't just leave well enough alone and then say, why are the atheists saying anything? Or why are any organization saying anything? Why is our organization listed as a hate group, right? By certain organizations. And they never want to check themselves. They just want to blame somebody else. It's never, maybe we shouldn't say that. Maybe we shouldn't do that. Chick-fil-A. Maybe we should vet an organization before we give them money, right? Just maybe, right?
I think that it makes them look worse because it's like they say a secular organization, for an example, will build a hospital to help some area that needs a hospital. A Christian organization builds a hospital where it's not even needed and says, look, we built a hospital. And that's why they do it. Like, it's, I don't know. It's crazy that this is even something that needs talking about. But like their reasoning behind doing those things is for recognition, not to help people. Did I lose my connection again?
Nope. No, I'm about to expire, Dave.
Oh, okay.
About to expire.
Yeah,
I was just gonna go a few more minutes here and then wrap things up.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, it wasn't.
No, you're nothing to be sorry for.
No, I mean, I just rambled a lot here at the end.
Oh, I love you rambling. I love that accent you get.
Yeah. No worries, Joe. You're fine. You're fine.
It gets worse when I get worked up.
Yeah,
reminds me of that girl I used to date from Kentucky. So,
well,
we're gonna do a couple more minutes here and wrap it up because I want to go and check out Neil's show at an after show here. So,
just think of me when you're playing Stinky Fingers, Mike.
He's already gone. All right, let's find something good here to end this on and call it an evening.
Abolition of slavery, like Christians have been at the forefront of many, many good things.
Oh yeah, you were out in front of getting rid of slavery for 2,000 years or more. Okay, yeah. I'm glad you came around though. That was nice. Not the brightest bunch. It took you 2,000 years.
What about the witch hunts? Yeah, we don't talk.
Oh yeah, those were gems too. Yeah. Well, if she stayed underwater and drowned, hey, good for her. She wasn't a witch. Wow, that's just amazing times. Amazing times. And who was? Well, it must have been Breeze Stream too, talking about all the wonderful devices the church came up with for inflicting pain and for trying to cure people of things, I guess. And
all those great things they did during the Inquisition were amazing.
Just amazing inventions, weren't they? Yeah.
The Dark Ages are because of religion.
The Spirit of God was certainly in that room, just giving them awful ideas. I don't get it. The things that they do, I think Sam Harris said maybe that if you want a good idea of a religion, look at its extremists.
Yeah.
When you see what they can do, what they have done, and then wonder if they can do it again, sure, why not? You give them the power, and here comes the Iron Maiden and everything else, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hello, John. How are you doing, man?
We've seen what they
we
do.
invented the scientific method, for crying out loud.
Oh, you invented the scientific method.
No.
Oh, good.
Yeah,
Had nothing to do with Christianity.
beaten to it by the Greeks and and also Islam.
You invented God.
If you're talking about the modern scientific method, then it was Islam.
You know, it's just not only is the atheism not contributed anything to this world positively, it's only contributed.
It's only Christians. It's either Christians or it's atheists. There is nothing else.
Yeah. Okay. Maybe that's because atheism isn't really a thing. It's people who don't believe your bullshit. We're not a thing. We're not an organization. We're not a
Don't
group.
tell him that, Mike, because he'll have to turn his comment section off because people keep telling me he doesn't know what an atheist is. Well, sir, exactly. I will have to repeat all those people in the comments that you deleted, blocked, and turned the comments off on, that you do not seem to know what an atheist is. You repeatedly said in 3 different videos now things that no atheist says, no atheist thinks, and not what an atheist is.
All right.
This is probably why you get flack. This is probably why people sound irritated, because I get irritated when you are arguing against something that you don't even know what it means.
So you have done a community service here, for me particularly, Dave. Tonight, I've had my fill of this, man.
Yes,
I'm through with them. Yeah,
yeah. He so definitely has. Well, he has shown why people don't, and it's not just people; it's the people that are responding to him is who it is. And I agree with them. You're obnoxious, you're annoying, you're conceited. You call people names. You don't seem to know what you're talking about. We have a big issue with you not being able to keep your hand out of your nose. And I'm not picking on anybody that has any medical issues or anything else. I'm saying take care of it or stick some tissues up there or something before you go on camera.
Yeah.
Because it's really annoying. It's annoying.
Unlike some people, we're not picking on you.
And we're, let's say that we're guys here, and we've wiped our nose on our sleeve and all, but, that's not something you want to do in public, okay?
Well, I pick my nose. I'll admit it. But then I am a handsome fucker.
Yes,
you are.
You get away with it,
Yeah, that's what it's about.
Sitting there having a coffee in the cafe and digging a nugget out of there and flicking it across to the other table. And they say, but look at that fine looking fella. He can flick them. He can flick them buggers all day.
Yeah. People sometimes come up to me and they say, could you possibly put these on a cracker for me?
Saying atheists haven't contributed anything to society is the stupidest and most demonstrably wrong thing that he has said.
Absolutely.
I will just say this though. I thank Christians for inventing sin.
Hey, let me tell you what. I did cable for a while, and very few people are happier than Of course, this was in the day. You've got a lot of options now, but back in the day, very few people gave me any flack at all, and were always so happy to see the cable guy because I had the power, right?
Yeah.
I was going to bring their MTV to their television, and it was just a true miracle. And I had the true power of God in my hands because, I could not hook it up.
So
let's well, hang on. We're gonna skip here to the end, and we'll find something good here.
Can I say one more thing about the contributions before we go on?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So he says atheists haven't contributed anything. I mean, I would say like Stephen Hawking, maybe, like just for one example.
A little bit, yeah.
You know, like the advancements in science and reasoning and rational thinking, and
how about Mr. Turing with the computers and the decoding machine?
Yeah, I mean,
they saved a lot of lives with that.
Yeah, let me see here. I pulled up a list of things. Neil deGrasse Tyson, Thomas Edison, one of the greatest inventors ever. Stephen Parker, psychology at Harvard. Lawrence Krauss, Quentin Smith. I mean, these are, everybody knows the contributions these people made, and they were atheists. They didn't do it because they were atheists. Atheism isn't that kind of thing. It just happens to be that some people aren't convinced your God exists, but still happen to be very successful in their fields. And it's the same thing with Christians. There are Christians that have made great advances in science, but they didn't do it because of religion. They did it in spite of it. I'm done.
Well said. And the list is way longer than what Joe said. And
oh yeah.
And like I said, I was the cable guy, right? I was part of making the machine go round, right? Everybody does their bit, you know. The person at the grocery store, the person at the utilities, everybody has their bit. It doesn't matter if you're an atheist or not, but even if you are, especially if you are, you're contributing, you know.
I mean, atheists, for the most part, are big advocates for social justice. I mean, like, what contributes more to mankind than humanism? I don't know.
And this is the thing, Hovind uses it too, and this is what I think he's trying to dig at is, you know, where's the hospital you built, Dave? Right?
Yeah.
And it's like, well, that's ridiculous. I don't have the, you know, I don't have the ability to build a hospital. Yeah, you know, that's just, and that's kind of where this is going. It's like, well, no, not every individual can do these things. But yeah, once again, the religions and mentioning Islam too, same thing with Islam. They had people that they had the money and the power, and they had people that were educated and the time to do these things. It works its way down, but the common man wasn't available to that. And to this day, the common man still isn't available to all that. That's why you have these scientists doing this.
The most ironic thing about that statement at all is that if you look at the other side of that story, is that if it turns out that there is no God, which there doesn't seem to be, then it turns out that religion is actually the most detrimental thing to ever happen to humans. Outside of, you know, extinction events, I guess.
Let's see what he's got to.
Religion is setting us back in our education and our enlightenment, and they continue to do it, and they seem to be getting worse in this country. And
in this country, yes.
Yeah. All of the death and the wars and all of the stuff that has happened in the name of religion, if it happens to be that a God does not exist, all of those things are for nothing other than magical thinking, which makes religion the most harmful idea mankind has ever came up with.
Yeah, and the thing about wars with Christianity and in Europe in the Middle Ages, they always count the major wars. If you were to count all the minor wars that they had between different villages and tribes in Europe, you would probably end up with thousands and thousands of religious wars.
How many times was the temple in Israel sacked? Like 7 times in like 1,500 years. Like they fought nonstop. They're still doing it today.
There's a story that goes, there was 2 neighbors, and these 2 men loved each other. Their children played with each other's children. They often had dinner together. They were the best of friends, best of neighbors, and each of them believed in God. And to show their expression and their belief in God, the one man decided to build a statue. And his statue, in his belief in God, God was so powerful it had 10 hands. So he built this magnificent statue to God. And in no offense to his neighbor whatsoever, this was to glorify his God. But his God had 10 hands. So he built this statue, magnificent statue, beautiful statue. God with 10 hands. And his neighbor saw it, and with no malice whatsoever towards the neighbor, he loved his neighbor. Again, they lived next door to each other. They loved each other. Their children played together. And out of no malice towards the man at all, but just one little, just to correct one little thing about his statue, because his God only had 2 hands. He was so powerful, he didn't need extra hands. He only needed 2 hands. So he removed the hands. And the next day, the 2 men killed each other.
Yep.
Yep.
Yet morality can't exist objectively within the atheistic philosophical framework.
Morality argument.
In a picture, morality is just whatever the heck you make of it.
And we addressed this earlier. If God is making the rules, it's still subjective. You're not getting to an objective morality with a God.
No, of course, again, I've heard that a lot of atheists will say, well, we can still have objective morality because we can have a top-down hierarchy. Well, the problem with that is there's conflict between what a lot of people think would be that top-down hierarchy, which is why the West. What do you think of the Western world is in such a mess, man? Because we live with subjective morality, and it's
yeah, and this is a tired argument too. I don't see people flocking to countries that have a theocratic government.
Well, you know what the solution is? Yeah, to have a theocratic world government, have one person in power. And how well does that work out? How well has that worked out in the past?
Yeah.
They don't really. This is one of those classic "be careful what you wish for" things.
Yep.
They have no idea what they're wishing for.
People just do whatever the heck they want.
People don't do just whatever the heck they want. We have laws and we have morals, if you want to call it that. We teach our kids manners and all those kinds of things. This is ridiculous.
Culture.
So obviously, really kicking God out of the public school is probably one of the worst things that the public school has done.
Oh my God. Is he going to go there?
There it is. Yeah, we're gonna hit the gems here at the end. Here, wrap it up.
This is why I really don't like you. Okay, if you want to know why, this is it.
Nobody's kicking you out of your church. Nobody's kicking you out of your home where you can read the Bible all you want to. In fact, in this country, it's in our Constitution. You have the right in this country to go to your church and read your Bible and wear your cross around your neck and all those kind of good things. Nobody's stopping you. The schools have decided, though, to teach not religion. Okay. However, there are private schools where you can go and get religion classes. The public schools have decided that if they promote a religion, it's in violation of the Establishment Clause, I believe it's called.
Yep.
That it's endorsing a religion under the First Amendment. Okay.
And a lot of really smart Christians figured out that if you allow Christianity in schools, you're going to end up with Muslims and Buddhists.
That's right.
Pagans and a bunch of other things. And those smart Christians kind of want separation too.
And imagine trying to teach anything else when you're trying to teach every religion to the kids all day. First of all, that's impossible to do. And you're not going to have time for any other subjects. It's just totally ridiculous. And that's why it was decided. No.
I bet he's got an answer for that.
Yeah, school is going to be about math and science and English and the curriculum they set up. And on whatever other time you want, you're free to go to church. And when they're saying that it was kicked out and they're having this, I also want to point out that secular groups have their back when these children want to do something like pray at lunchtime and somebody was giving them flack. Secular organizations also said no. They perfectly also have the right to say their grace before they have their lunch or whatever they want to do, because it's not leading the school in anything or anything. So you still have that right to say your prayer at lunch, and they accommodate Muslim children so they can have their prayer at lunchtime or whatever it is. And the rest of the day is doing the curriculum that's set up. Go ahead, Joe.
There's a rare snack appearance.
There's Snack.
It would be fine if they wanted to teach the history of religion, the psychology of religion, comparative religion, but that's never good enough for them. I mean, the history of religion would be a valuable thing to teach, even if you picked just one to teach the history of. But they're not happy unless they can teach the doctrine and dogma of religion. And that's where the problem lies, because not everybody holds that same belief. And it's extremely offensive to even suggest that it's reasonable to indoctrinate children with doctrine and dogma rather than education inside of a school.
Yeah.
And I've seen a lot of them in the comment section that even agree that they don't want school teachers teaching their kids about religion because they aren't educated in it. And this is one of the areas where
dialect. Yeah,
I'll actually agree with a lot of the believers that don't actually want it in schools because they don't want a so-called stranger teaching their kids about their religion, right? So
the truth of the matter is if we made it tomorrow to where they could teach religion in any way they wanted, all of them would still flip their shit because it wouldn't be taught the way they wanted it taught.
Catholics and Protestants and
exactly. They would be more pissed if they did teach religion, because that's not the way my preacher teaches it, and he knows everything. So.
And that sets up that impossible thing where you can't teach just all the different sects of Christianity, much less touching on any other religions all day long. And you would never be able to get to a math or science or English class. It's ridiculous.
It leads back to problems that we've already addressed, because whenever you start doing that, like we have Catholic schools and stuff like that now, all it does is lead to segregation. Only instead of being race-based, it's now religious-based, which is what causes all these wars and stuff we see in other countries, because they want to segregate people to a certain religion and teach them that's the only thing and everybody else is evil. It's
another reason why people don't like you, Rob.
Yeah. You sexy piece of starving man meat.
Oh man. I'm getting moist. And for all those people that don't like that word, I'll say it again. I'm getting moist.
Moist.
But yeah, and obviously Satan has done quite a good job, so to speak. In
it's Satan. Okay.
His effectiveness with a lot of things in this world, and
Satan.
It's Satan.
It's also very much reality, and we have to deal with the reality of the world we live in.
Satan is in reality.
It seems like it just wants to go in a continual path of further and
He's a handsome fucker as well,
self-destruction away from the truth of the one and living God. That
I didn't believe in Satan until November 4th.
I've seen the hog on
it
that
blows
guy.
my mind at the kind of things that go on in today's world. Like I just heard yesterday that a sister in the Lord said that her counselor was actually a trans lady.
Oh no.
No.
Who's this? Who's he
I
talking
think that's a good place to end it.
Oh no, not that. Oh,
whose counselor was a trans lady?
A friend of his or something's counselor at church or something is a trans lady, is what he said.
The counselor ate the student, right? Okay, this is how this is going to end.
I guess. So let's see here.
Sacrificing.
Let's see one more time.
Further self-destruction away from the truth of the one and living God.
Make sure we got it right.
The things that are going on today, it blows my mind. At the
Okay,
kind of things that
mind
go on
blown.
in today's world.
Blows
Like,
my
I just
mind.
heard,
I would stop
yesterday
there.
I had a sister in the Lord said that her counselor was actually a trans lady.
So what?
Okay.
Yeah, what's the point?
It's infuriating.
Just, oh my God.
And like,
Okay, it's was this trans person terrible at their job?
That's his point.
No.
No, they existed is the problem.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So this person who's probably perfectly capable in their job as anybody else,
Yep.
you don't want them there because you're a bigot, and this is attracting non-believers like me to your religion because
Fuck
you're
you,
a bigot.
motherfucker.
I didn't realize what a piece of shit this guy was until I didn't watch all this. I just watched the evolution stuff.
Yeah.
I haven't seen all the rest of his.
He does a lot of this.
Oh my God.
Yeah, well, his mind has been blown. Okay.
That's true.
Well, at least he's getting blown somehow.
Yeah, I was going to say.
That's the only way.
Maybe that's the problem.
His-
Maybe he's worried in case he gets blown.
His mind is blown that there is a trans person.
Yeah, that's it. That's the end of the story.
Oh,
I mean, the trans person didn't eat the baby or something, or
no, there's
They have
nothing
to
else
go
to it.
with
There
the
never else is. There never else is. Yeah.
Punchline.
Our favorite idiot Martin Isles over there too. He's the same thing. There was a trans person teaching somewhere, and it was the end of the world. It's like, well, were they a good teacher? Right? I mean, isn't that kind of the criteria you want? Right? Are they a good teacher? Not one word about them not being a good teacher. In fact, it seems like they were a very popular teacher. So
I got to tell you a story, man. The other day I was at Walmart, and I think there was a trans person at Walmart.
Oh no!
Yeah.
Was your mind blown?
It was blown, man. I was just
mind blown. My mind is just blown.
This is like, holy shit, man. It was like
they were stalking themselves.
This is the end of the world. Yeah, it's the end of the world that there was a trans person somewhere.
Yeah, it was right. It was during the daytime too.
Well, they were just pointing out on the transpositions. One of the states, Minnesota, maybe one of those states. I might have been wrong. Anyway, it was a state. They were grilling the guy about sports. They said, "How many people play sports in your state?" And it was like 500,000 people. They said, "How many trans athletes are playing?" He said, "Less than 10.
Yeah.
They're spending government hearings and all this, raising all this
hundreds of millions
end of the world thing and stuff. Okay, there's a handful of trans athletes in the entire state. Okay, and it seems like the sports had accommodated them, and there isn't a problem, except for people that seem to have a problem that are just having a problem. The sports are taking care of it.
Well,
and I've always been on the side that says the government doesn't make rules for sports.
Yeah.
Every time there's been something in sports, whether it's black people playing sports, women playing sports, when drugs showed up in sports, blood doping, steroids, anything like that, the sports make the rules and they handle it themselves, right? And this is just another thing. They're accommodating trans athletes, and they should. Why not?
They're making you miss the point on possible though here, because they're making you miss the point on purpose here. Because the point of that isn't anything to even do with sports. It's we need to scapegoat some small community,
right,
to say that all of the problems that you have are because of this.
Or from that, right? So we can get assholes elected.
Yes, and that's their call to action. Stop this horrible boogeyman that we have created, because
if not, this horrible outcome is going to happen. Whenever that, it's not related to reality at all.
No.
And that's how assholes got elected. You're exactly right, Mike. That, you know, that's the big issue, and we have to stop letting them do this. Like
Trump himself said it, that he's going to ban, you know, trans athletes or some nonsense or whatever. Again, this is about
the government
less than 10 people in a whole state. So then you know, if you go by 50 states, right? You're talking 50 people that the sports are already accommodating, that they think something needs to be done about because it's ruining the sports. This again is something the sports are taking care of, and it is not an issue. And there's been one or two people that have showed up in the news that for whatever reasons. All the rest you don't even hear about. Why? Because there's not a problem. It's been accommodated. Everybody's playing, and there's no problem. This thing is just such nonsense, and you need to stop, please.
They don't want it to actually change, though. It's like it's just like the thing we had in Congress with the border bill. They didn't actually want to pass the border bill because it solved the problem that they wanted to bitch about. Yeah.
Right. They need the issue. They need the issue.
Well, yeah, same with reproductive rights. They don't want women to have reproductive health and, you know, be able to make the decisions. And at the same time, they're sabotaging birth control, which would help reduce the unwanted pregnancies. But they don't want that because, like you just said, Joe, then what are they going to complain about?
They need that group to scapegoat and to call people to action, to persecute and to be bigoted toward.
And these are the harms that religious people do indirectly, even if they don't realize it. These are the harms that get caused to people indirectly when you're supporting,
keeps their mind
especially
off
these groups that support these hate groups and stuff with money. Stop giving them money. Check out who you're giving money to.
Like Trump, for a real issue like healthcare, he has a concept of a plan.
All right.
Right.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Plan.
In 2 weeks. Mike. Guaranteed to be out in 2 weeks.
10 years ago, that was it?
He has a perfectly good plan on how to deport millions of people to places all over the world.
He's going to send the Haitians back to Venezuela.
But he can't figure out how to make the government pay for
such an idiot. He's such an idiot.
He's going to send the Puerto Ricans out of the country back.
Such an idiot.
Yeah, then Puerto Ricans got to be shipped out of the country.
Get them out of the country.
Well, I will say this guy was great for a laugh. I think he's horrible, but I had a lot of laughs. I had to wipe my eyes. I had to get a tissue. A Red Pill Rob tissue, brother. They make these tissues, very handy thing. You can get that.
We know why you had to get a tissue with this guy. He's a handsome fucker, isn't he?
He's such a handsome.
Yeah.
His mama's so proud.
She had to get a tissue as well.
And I wanted to say, because what is it? It's the 28th. So, this will be the last Saturday night at the Atheist for this year. So,
no, I don't want this year to end. I've waited forever for 2020.
The next time you see us, it's going to be a new year. So,
quarter of
buckle in and get ready.
Yeah,
we're still going to be here.
Like Mike, I never thought I'd make it to 2025, so I'm grateful.
I didn't. I expected to die by 2010.
Yeah, I don't know. When I was a kid, I didn't even think I'd make it to the millennium. So.
Oh yeah.
I'm 25 years into having a great time.
You know, I have a vivid memory of a day in grade school where the teacher said, "Get out a paper and everything, and we're going to figure out how old you're going to be in the year 2000."
Yeah.
And it was one of those assignments you did, and that stands out in my memory when it hit the year 2000. It was just like a flashback to wow, I was just in grade school writing a paper thinking, man, that's a long way off.
Yeah.
Now it's in history already. Yeah.
Yeah, by a way. I mean, not just in history. We're a quarter way into the next century.
Yeah.
I'm sure that Mike, of the four of us, can probably relate to this better, and I'm sure some of the people in the audience. But you know, given the history of drug addiction and things like that, I wake up every day grateful to have that day, because I shouldn't be here, and so many people aren't. And so I'm thankful for that, because it turns out that the time that we have here is what actually matters. It's not the future of after we pass away. It's trying to exact some sort of change for positive thinking, feeling, and making the world a better place for those that are after us. And
beautiful.
I'm grateful every day.
That is absolutely beautiful. That we should end on that, Dave.
I think we're going to end on that.
That was beautiful. Well,
I want to thank everybody for stopping by. We had a lot of new names I seen in the chat, and welcome everybody. I see another new one, Agnostic Atheism there. There was a lot of new names in the chat. Welcome everybody. And again, please subscribe. We're here every Saturday, at least we're going to try to be. And you notice we try to have a good time here, and not take things quite so seriously in a very serious time. And I hope everybody has a safe and a happy new year, and we will see you next week. Say goodbye, everybody.
I want to show
everybody.
You after we end. Okay.
All right.
We out.
Without a sound, history speaks in tales of lore, knocking at the captive desk's door. Legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking at the captive desk's door. Captive desk, hold our dreams, where reality and no myth seems. In conversations quiet flow, the mysteries untold will know. Legends live within these walls, silent echoes in the halls, books and stories on the floor, knocking at the captive text. Nerves are wide, hearts are keen, pages turn to secret scene, ancient maps and hidden